Perfect. Your portfolio is expanding? It is. But end of the year, I'll have like 300 different thumbnails. Just to remind you, chat, if you have a Prime, make sure you Prime sub. We are 50-ish or so away from 1K. And we are also less than 400 follows away from 30K. You know we're going to do some crazy stuff at 30K. Wink, wink, nod, nod. And last but not least, we're going to talk about follow my new clips. My clips channel, I have 2 followers on it. I don't think TikTok likes me very much. But yeah. Your Prime says does not work on other broadcasts. Where do we start, chat? I guess we could technically start at this post that's going kind of crazy. Become a solely Marvel Rival streamer at 30K, or where I've subscribed just to unsub out of spite. You know, if people watch it, I would do it. But there's a problem that people don't watch it. Let's see this clip. Channel Mike goes off on Ludwig for saying the creator class setback started with the content cop, not even mentioning Ethan. Three followers now. W. We'll try, and this is crazy. This would not apply to anywhere else. This would not apply anywhere else. Is my microphone slightly off, or is this just like editing on the part of the clipper here? Anywhere else only applies to Ethan. Ethan is the only person who gets a pass for torpedoing his own admission, torpedoing a charity event. Why are we giving Ethan a pass for saying that he wants the charity event to fail, effectively getting the charity event to fail and to postpone, and for the original creators to divest from it? I feel like, and this is weird, right? I feel like that's shit Ludwig would talk about. If any other creator made it their mission to be like, there's a charity event going on, I'm going to fucking torpedo it. I'm going to make it my fucking mission to make sure that event fails. I feel like that would be a little bit of something that like people would talk about. But no, for some reason, everybody wants to talk about how bad and mean iDubbbz is for responding to Ethan Klein. Responding, implying that Ethan said shit first, which he did. Right? Pressuring his employee to drop out of the event and like going out of his way to say that he wants it to fail. But no, nobody talks about that for some reason. The smoke is only for Ian and Anissa, who is putting the event on in the first place. I'm not even saying you can't criticize them, but is that not crazy? Is that not insane to cover a charity event failing and not talk about a multi-fucking millionaire with a multi-fucking million subscriber channel with tens of thousands of concurrent viewers who is on his live stream saying that he wants the event to fail and doing everything in his power to push for the event to fail, and nobody's talking about that? That's kind of weird, right? Is that not kind of insane? Nobody's talking about that. Nobody's talking about that. He just posted about it this morning. I mean, he posted about what? About the event failing? We're acting like the content cop happened in a vacuum. I mean, we were watching Ludwig watch or talk about it like literally yesterday. like, Ludwig was like, the content cop is where it all started, but I don't really care. I don't care about any of that. We're gonna go to the creator clash response of it. Like, it's still crazy to me. It's still wild to me. You know what I mean? It's still wild to me. H3 Sub also posted about you. You know what? Good for them. Oh, they made me in vertical format. W. They put me in vertical format. I got my own clippers. But yeah, that's the clip. It's pretty funny. Those hater tags. See, this is the problem. Y'all should not know what people are posting on the H3 Protection subreddit. Y'all shouldn't know. The fact that y'all know, I'm looking at you sideways. So yeah, that was yesterday. But kind of piggybacking off of what I talked about yesterday, which is there is a kind of a culture on Twitch where like nobody, no large creator really like takes a stand against, you know, things that are bad until somebody like okays it for them, essentially, right? Most large streamers, Thin Purple Line style dynamics, most large streamers will just take a, you know, sit back and let things play out until somebody like makes a move. That kind of is that first move, right? And I understand why. Like, you see the hate that BB No Money is getting for making that move. Right? Just like media narratives with Israel permission structure. I mean, yeah, it happens consistently. But the hatred or the hate that BB No Money is getting for censoring out Asmongold, right? Because Asmongold was kind of untouchable. Nobody, I think I would say 50% of all streamers, at least, thinks what Asmongold is doing is gross. Right? Thinks that what Asmongold is doing is gross. I think they don't like what Asmongold is doing. But a lot of people don't want to touch it. I think partially because they don't want this dynamic. This is not accurate, obviously. But like, they don't want this appearance or these comments or the Twitter replies that BB No Money is getting. They don't want to be the pariah, or they don't want to make themselves the pariah. And so oftentimes it takes somebody else taking that first step, right? Takes somebody else taking that first step. When I was saying something about Asmon, it was definitely out of the norm. Yeah, and Cinna walked it back because Cinna was faced with so much hate. And what Cinna said wasn't even crazy. Which is why I respect Cinna for even saying it. Where's it at? Let's see.
Any other Asmongold heads wish you would stop giving?
But the thing is, most things that I say, you know what's funny? Even recently, like, you want more threads? We'll make one now if you want another one. So there's this sentiment going on Reddit that I said that like LSF causes OTK to lose sponsors, right?
Oh, please get me out of this clip.
Nope.
No!
I'm locking the door.
No, please!
No, you're stuck.
Oh my God, no, I didn't know you were gonna go
Yep,
here.
we're going here because I'm tired of seeing it. I'm tired of seeing it.
Okay.
So that whole thing was taken out of. You can't leave.
The door's actually locked. Oh my God. Okay, I'm sorry.
Girl, so that whole thing is not what I said, okay? My whole thing about that was the intended effect of what people there try to do with like emailing sponsors doesn't have the intended effect that they want. Because the intended effect is what, no, you can't leave, stay in the slip.
Okay.
They want Asman to stop doing what he's doing.
Should be in jail about Palestinians, but it isn't okay to criticize him. Because this has essentially become a proxy war for Hassan, right? Asmongold is like the new chosen champion. You know what I mean? Like it used to be a Destiny. Destiny was the chosen champion. Destiny is a disgusting sex pedophile. So he can't really be the champion anymore. There's too many lines and avenues of attack for attacking Destiny. Right? And then Ethan arose as champion. Ethan was like, oh, I am the, also this is not in my correct account.
But the thing is,
there we go. I don't want to mess up my my live account's what's it called? Algorithm. This is my stream account. But like then Ethan arose as champion. You feel me? Ethan arose as champion, and people could use Ethan in a proxy war against Hassan. You know what I mean? Then Ethan's crash out kind of extended past Hassan into pretty much everybody. And so he's not as clean as a champion, right? He's not as rhetorically gifted as a champion. His audience size is shrinking, right? And so people are now moving on from Ethan as a champion, right, to platforming Ethan as the counterculture to Hassan, to now going on and promoting Asmongold as the counterculture to Hassan, right? And so a lot of anti-Hassan posts on the DreamCon IG. That's not surprising, right? And so now Asmongold is like the new champion, the chosen. He has a larger audience. He doesn't engage with Hassan. So unlike Destiny, who like was eggs on Hassan and he looks like an enduring stalker, and like Ethan, who does the same thing, right? And has like consistent posts about Hassan. Asmongold at least approaches it a little bit more intelligently by like trying to ride this line of like understanding where Hassan is coming from and it's charitable to Hassan, while also just shitting on him consistently, but like not like to the extent of it being deranged, right? So now anytime, like this isn't even about Hassan, and the first comment is about Hassan. You know what I mean? Like, oh, Lovely finally posted the creator class drama video. So I'm slightly curious about what he says. It's different than the than the VOD that we watch. But yeah, so like this is operates as a proxy war to like take down Hassan, because generally they don't like Hassan's politics in general, not just because of Hassan's opinion on Israel-Palestine, but because they see Hassan as the roots of political content on Twitch, which I think is relatively fair. They see Hassan as the root of issues caused by why some of their favorite creators left, right? Trainwrecks, Aiden Ross, Sneeko, you know, the right-wing darling children, like Andrew Tate, people like that, right? They see Hassan as as a force for, you know, pushing all people that they like on the platform. And also they just don't like Hassan's politics. And so they feel like Hassan is getting special treatment because they don't like his politics. They feel like he's too radical and they feel like he shouldn't be on the platform. But that's just not the case. And so they attach and latch on to anybody who's anti-Hassan, and they bolster them as the counter voice to Hassan. It's like the equivalent of Ethan Klein bringing Loner Box on his stream because he feels like there's no counter voices to Hassan. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, I've seen leftists say that Hassan isn't left enough for them, and that's fair. Hassan himself will admit that he's not like, you know, ultra, you know, revcom or whatever. And they hate that he participates in capitalism. Yeah, that's a different conversation. There are also people who desperately want to be the next anti-Hassan, like how they're promoting themselves. Yeah, like Tectone. Like Tectone is hoping that like if Asmongold ever falls out of favor, that he can be the person to arise to be the next champion, right? Because that comes with a lot of lucrative, you know, monetary resources, right? You get a lot of money, you get a lot of eyes, a lot of viewership. The problem is like Tectone is the son of a rapist and has allegations himself, so he's already not squeaky clean, so it'll never be Tectone. You feel me? But it'll be somebody else. I think I'm going to start my Twitch career on an anti-Hassan grift and then pivot, pull a bait and switch on these hoggers. I mean, he does get special treatment. Literally, I have not seen any other creator get as much hate and shit on or their friends just for their opinions and stances. Maybe. I mean, women. Like Pokimane. I don't know if you were on Twitch in like freaking 2019, 2020, 2021. Like Pokimane was like the poster child for like, oh, Twitch is bad or whatever. Pokimane couldn't do anything. Even like recently, as of like last year. Like Pokimane couldn't do anything without it being like a scandal. You know what I mean? So, let's continue.
Said that like LSF causes OTK to lose sponsors, right?
Oh, please get me out of this clip.
Nope.
No!
I'm locking. The whole thing was taken out of. You can't leave.
The door's actually locked.
Yeah,
oh my god.
You.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Girl. So that whole
A lot of
thing.
you getting hate is the special treatment I mean, by the way. I mean, it is what it is. You feel me? There's not much we can do about that. Tis the life of, you know, caring about things and having moral principles.
Is not what I said, okay? My whole thing about that was the intended effect of what people there try to do with like emailing sponsors doesn't have the intended effect that they want. Because the intended effect is what, no, you can't leave, stay in the slip.
Okay.
They want Asmon to stop doing what he's doing.
Okay.
Right?
Uh-huh.
And my whole point is, Asmon even said this himself, he will never stop, okay? But what happens is when you do that, other people end up suffering because of it, not Asmon. That guy does not give a fuck.
Okay, but he should suffer.
But he's never going to.
I think he
is the roach king. He does not care.
He should care.
But he doesn't. And people think we haven't told
Like,
him.
it's insanely based for Senate to say this, right? And like Nick is not wrong in that people who are calling OTK's sponsors to divest or whatever are not, like, it's not going to impact Asmongold because he's rich enough to insulate himself from consequences, right? But the problem therein lies is like Asmongold is still like invited to events. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like people in OTK are holding Asmongold accountable for his behavior. So like, if you're not gonna do it, of course the viewers who find issue with his behavior are going to go after what you guys care about, which is the money. Right? So they're not hoping to change Asmongold's mind and get Asmongold to stop. They're trying to get y'all to stop. They're trying to get the OTK people to hold Asmongold accountable. Right? They're like, oh, we're gonna call OTK sponsors so that maybe OTK will take what Asmongold is doing seriously and drop him from the organization. And they never did, by the way. Asmongold left of his own free will. Asmongold left of his own free will. There was like, I don't know if there was any pressure, right? There might have been, but like, Asmongold chose to leave. If Asmongold wanted to stay, they would have let him stay. 100%. 100%. So that's the reason why people were calling the sponsorships or whatever. Right? And so what Nick is talking about isn't necessarily wrong, right? The sponsors pulling out of OTK will have an impact on like the actual staff and the workers and production in OTK, and not on like the talent and the streamers and Asmon. Right? But like, if you are a viewer and you see what like Asmon is doing, the things that Asmongold is saying, and he's being effectively protected, right, by the organization, what do you do? If nobody at OTK is going to hold Asmongold accountable, right, and Asmongold is going to stay in the organization, what do you do? OTK probably can't afford to divest from Asmon, then you have to take the hate. Like, and I understand and I acknowledge that like if OTK cannot function without Asmon, so they want to keep Asmon, sure. But then you have to understand that people are going to be mad at you for it. You can't simultaneously, right? You can't simultaneously be like, guys, don't hate on OTK, we're small bean, right? But also, Asmongold is our friend and we're going to keep him here. You're basically just saying, stop getting mad at us, leave us alone. But also continue to watch us so we get our viewership so that sponsors are happy. But also leave our sponsors alone too. You know what I mean? But you can't have your cake and eat it too. Do you think these people like Asmon and SlapTubers will get bored by covering politics like drama? I saw some of their audiences are getting sick of covering Hassan. Yeah. I think they'll get bored to the extent where like the viewership will peter off and get so low that now nobody else is talking about them. You know what I mean? Like Destiny style. Well, you know how Destiny got like canceled and like his viewership dipped, and so now nobody talks about Destiny? Like that. Like Ethan Klein is getting lower and lower and lower and lower viewership. And so he's attacking more and more and more and more people. But once that ends, his viewership will still be low, and then nobody will talk about him. As in, like, he won't be the people's champion anymore. And so eventually, people will move on from these SlapTubers. And, like, Asmongold will either keep talking about politics and Hassan until nobody cares about it anymore and beating it into the ground because he has no moral principles. Right? Or he'll get bored of it and he'll move on himself. He will never stop talking about Hassan, and that's good for him, but the people will stop caring. People will eventually stop caring. He'll have a core audience of 10 to 15,000 people or whatever, but like nobody will listen to him. They will see another Ethan Klein said Hassan is meanie bobini clip on Twitter and they'll scroll past it. Right? Not even just like left-wing people, but people who don't like Hassan will be like, okay, I don't really care what Ethan Klein has to say about Hassan anymore, right? We have a new people's champion. We have Mixed Snurgle. Mixed Snurgle is talking about how Hassan is bad. Come on, guys, we're all watching Mixed Snurgle now. And Ethan Klein will make his same cringe content to a smaller audience while Mixed Snurgle is getting 60,000 viewers or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that's it. And then eventually Mixed Snurgle will fall off.
Not to say some things in the past. He doesn't give a fuck.
Okay, but no, do you know what you're missing in
caught sexting a teenager, as they always do. As they always do.
Wording about that though is that if he doesn't care, then I think that a different conversation needs to be had with his actions. Do you know what I mean? Because he's being so out of pocket.
What conversation?
You know.
How can you stop him?
I think
there's one person that can stop Asmongold.
And it's him.
No, it's Twitch.
I think that it's him.
No, like,
but obviously,
he's still
if he
a part
chooses,
of OTK. You know what I mean? Like, I just not now he's not, but at the time he was a part of OTK, right? OTK could have kicked him out. You feel me? But they just never did. He left of his own free will, his own volition. How many of these guys did whatever you had? Oh, XGC was the guy for a while. Andrew Tate, Trainwrecks, Asman. There's been a lot of them. It's easy. It's an easy grift. It's easy to jump on the anti-Hassan train. You feel me? It's easy to jump on the anti-Hassan train. It takes no real effort. You just have to go live, see Hassan talk about something political, and be like, why is this on the platform? This is bad, right? Hassan is doing the same thing that every single Twitch streamer is, right? He makes off-color jokes, right? That teeters on borderline unacceptable. But so does all of these people. This is what gaming culture is. But all you do is just pearl clutch at the same things that you see other streamers do. Just pearl clutch at it. You know? That's all you need to do.
he can, but he's not going to.
That's like 5 hate threats you just added.
No, but seriously, speak freely. If Asmongold was never in OTK, we had nothing to do with him, because people are like, oh, Emmy, why do you even talk to him, right? All that said, he's still gonna do Asmongold things. He ain't gonna stop.
Yeah, but okay.
He ain't gonna stop. He's gonna do it today. He's gonna do it tomorrow. He's gonna do it the next day.
Do you want my honest opinion on this?
Yes.
Okay. I think that when you are tied to, for example, right, if I had like 5 employees, right, and I'm saying a bunch of crazy shit, and it cost those employees their job.
Yeah.
At what point is my like yes, I can be as unhinged as I want, right? But the people who are affected by it are allowed to be mad at me for being that unhinged, and eventually.
Agreed.
Should either be fully disconnected from me or like say, hey, I'm not willing to be around this. Because again, and this is like a personal thing, I don't hate anybody, I have no drama with anybody, I don't wish any drama with anybody, right? However, I know when certain things that I don't agree with morally are going on, I'm just gonna be like, hey, I'm good. You know what I mean? Versus like, and I think that that's where people are misunderstanding what you're saying, if that makes sense. Because they're taking a portion of what you're saying and then being like, well, he's saying that it's not really his fault, it's the people's fault. When in reality,
I never said that. It literally starts at the top, of course.
Right, but that's
if Asmon didn't say things, then X
that's
wouldn't
where
happen.
I think the disconnect is coming from. If that makes sense. Like, I'm not saying that you said that thing.
But
I'm saying it's right, but I'm saying that I think that's where the disconnect is. Because, and also you gotta remember, and this is how I see it, as much as I get mad at hate comments, I'm a streamer. And most people are never going to give me the benefit because my perspective on things is coming from such a niche experience that most of the average person they don't, you know what I mean? They don't have the luxury to do half the things that we do. So
we're not gonna clip's almost done anyways. Let's just finish.
To them, they're like, why are you complaining? Why are you making this problem? Like, I feel like that's such a normal thing for in their interaction, because for me to ask for
so baby gloves with Nick, but I guess it's because she's trying to avoid getting hate threads here. Yeah, that's literally it, and it didn't even work. Sina got hate threads because of it, right? Which is why nobody talks about it. Right? And I will say this also extends to like Hassan as well, right? But Hassan just is like objectively just, you know, not Asmongold, right? But they don't cover or talk about what Hassan talks about or does either, right? Because they separate themselves and they pull themselves back and be like, I don't want to engage in any of this, right? But when you have somebody who's like cultivating a Nazi audience, I feel like that's kind of important to talk about. Right? Hassan isn't an org. It's not about an org. It's about the streaming landscape in general, right? It goes deeper than just being an org, right? Asmongold is like, it's like, again, it's what I was criticizing about with Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein isn't a part of an org either, right? But like, my point is that if you're going to talk about like freaking like bad press on Twitch or things people are saying on Twitch, if you're going to engage with that, then you have to, you know, yeah, talk about Asmongold. It's relatively important. I think he's just tired of pushback from being charitable to hearing Hassan talk about Palestine and broke his resolve to stand strongly against anything. I disagree. It's not just Nick. This is normal streamer dynamics, right? Most streamers just don't say anything about anything, right? They go live and they feel like if they talk about something, if they talk about any topic, they'll talk about it in a way that will get them no hate. It's a calculation from streamers, right? They try to they dip into the drama to pull the current discourse views back to them, while simultaneously not going deep enough to actually interrogate why that drama exists, right? Because it's not the prerogative, right? So people will talk about, like, again, people will talk about this. People will like talk about and laugh at Asmongold being censored in the BB No Money music video, but they won't talk about why he's being censored. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? Like, they'll talk about Asmongold being censored as internet drama, but they won't talk about why he was censored. It's, oh, Asmongold was censored. That's kind of crazy. It's also pretty funny. We're not going to talk about his thoughts on Palestinians. You feel me? Or things of that nature. Same dynamic as why people don't talk about certain politics in the workplace. They don't want to get fired, y'all. No, that's stupid. These are millionaires. You know what I mean? These are millionaires. There's no fear of being fired here. They'll be fine, right? And honestly, them letting Asmongold do what Asmongold's doing, right, causes for things and problems to happen in the future. Like, not addressing Asmongold. Where's it at? I just had it. I don't know, actually. I lost it. Oh, here. I found it. Trigger warning for a yeet post. Chat, who's worse, Yeet, Yoxic, or Fearbuck? My money's on Yeet.
I've never...
Like, when you don't address and you don't tackle Asmongold when he's doing the thing that he's doing, like last year, you get things like this. This was in February.
First spoken about drama in 5 years on this stream. But just know that OTK hears you guys. I hear you guys. Changes have to happen if it's going to continue to exist as a org. I think a lot of people forget that an org is more than just the faces on streams. It's a lot of people. It's a lot of people's livelihoods, and at Christmas we had to lay a ton of people off, and that fucking sucked. Especially for me. I know those people. I love those people. And I always want to do what I can to make
Will
sure
knows
they
why.
can...
Will's not stupid. Will knows exactly why. Will does not view it like Nick views it here, right? Nick here views it as it was those Redditors who were calling our sponsors that did this, right? I mean, like, Asmongold's gonna do what Asmongold's gonna do. But if nobody knows about it, then it's totally fine. Right? But Will knows that, like, it's Asmongold's fault.
Can hang on to their livelihoods. And so
We were talking about OTK not cutting off the rot earlier, allowed it to fester, and now even after the fact that it's crumbling under its own weight. No, this is not even a weird take. That's completely correct, Chatter. This is a completely correct take. Yes, they waited too long, right? And by waiting too long, that's not even correct because they didn't do anything. Asmongold left of his own volition. He didn't even get kicked out. Here, let's finish this clip.
just know that we're trying to make changes to make it a better org. And you'll probably hear more about that in the future, the immediate future. And if we can't make it a better place, if we can't make it a happier, healthier place, then I'll have to reevaluate where I stand. But that's all I'm going to say about that, because I'm not trying to farm this. I don't even want to fucking talk about it. I don't.
Right. And so a little bit after this, Asmongold, maybe it was like a week later, Asmongold left the organization, right? He left OTK. Still affiliated though, right? Like he was still around. It wasn't like he was, you know, completely separate. Kind of interesting to see the dynamic between what the older streamers are doing versus the W community is doing, because Asmon and Kai live in the different universes. Yeah, but it's the same thing, right? There's very little difference. As I talked about in my video that you should watch. Oh, wait, where is it at? Hello? This is not correct. Oh, there. Aha. Here. Stream University's DDG problem. You feel me? Like DDG being invited to Stream University with incredible allegations of abuse. It's kind of the thing. Extremely has blown up since Streamer U.
Sean, the
No, Extremely has always been like at like
333
10,000 viewers, I thought.
subscribed.
Why would they even bother to invite the sex pest? No, okay, this is the problem, right? There's a difference between DDG and DGG. Chatters. Destiny was not at Streamer University. Jeez Louise. This is the problem with having like, I'm not even gonna say that. Not even gonna say it. Not even gonna say it. It's literally, it has him on the thumbnail. Say it, coward? No. I've sensed I've made a mistake of some kind. I've never heard of him. If you've heard of Destiny, you've not heard of DDG, like, I'm sorry, this is a problem with you, chat. DDG is significantly more popular than Destiny ever was. And maybe that requires some soul searching from you, honestly. In 5 of his songs. Moonwalking in Calabasas. That's still the only one I know. I don't know any other of his other songs. Doo-doo garbage. Ugh. China's right. Thank you. Anyway, yeah, so it also happens with
All right, chat.
With the WL space. Right? Bad people get away with bad things because they have high viewer count. It's actually pretty identical. Bring the DDG bot back. You know what? Sure. I will bring the DDG bot back. Violence since I was legit. How do I do it? Oh, right click. Duplicate. DDG. I need someone find me the link to the clip, please. Thank you. Twitch reward. DDG. Play sound. Stream things. No help. Do you want it or not? Did you know that Playboy Cardi and Cardi B are 2 different things? That's crazy. Concept of Destiny being at the streamer university is hilarious. I don't find it very funny. I don't want him anywhere around schools. Does anybody have the link to the, what is it? What is it? No, this is, okay, I guess, but I need to cut this down. It's the same thing. It's too long. That's what she said. Sorry. Cobalt. Bow. Download. Open. Violence and I was legit. Thank you. Delete. Delete. Save. Yes. Cool. Cool. Now I go here. I throw this here. Save. Go here. I go streamer bot. That should still work. Yeah. All right, chat. It should be live. Go ahead and test it out. Test out the channel points.
Gun to the back of your head, name 5 DDG songs.
Ow.
The fuck are y'all what y'all talking about, bro? You're dying. You're literally dying. You're dead. On God, you're dead.
That didn't take that long. Okay, you don't have to do it. Okay, relax. No, you can't do it, Katie. You tried though. You did. It was an attempt. Nope, drama's not there either. LOL. That was funny though. I had a thing that whenever somebody said drama in the chat, it booed me. Or whenever I said drama, it booed me. That was pretty funny back in the day. I had some funny stream stuff. Then I got too invested in the drama. Anyway, anyways, all of that is, it's still talking points or a topic of discussion, but that's all kind of context for this tweet that came out yesterday. Will posted, after some great years and unforgettable moments, I will be parting ways with OTK. I'm so thankful for my time with them and wish them nothing but good fortune in their future and all their future endeavors. So Will is out of OTK. And who's even left? Esvan, Nick, Emaru, Tremley, Seer. Is Vincible OTK? I don't know. Soda, Miz. Will was the latest to join now? Yes. People are still on OTK, but they're kind of splintered at this point. Emmy got OTQ going. What's OTQ? Is Wake officially in OTK? I don't think so. I think he's affiliated. Is it too late to ask what OTK is? A little bit, yes. Q is for Queen? Is that like an official thing? Anyway, point being is that there's not much information for why Will has left. And so it's going to be a little bit of parasocial hour to try to think about or identify or imagine why this happened in the first place. Because Asmongold is no longer in the organization. He's around, but he's no longer in the organization. And as we saw in this clip, Will was talking about leaving if there weren't like changes being made in like the organization in general.
I said certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak.
Thanks, Ben Shapiro. Sick. Sick. Channel points well
Gun to the back of your head, name 5 DDG songs. What the fuck? The fuck are y'all what y'all talking about, bro? You're dying. You're literally dying. You're dead. On God, you're dead.
Thanks, Bruce. I just don't understand constant orgs like OTK, 100 Thieves, TSN, like what do they really do? The point about it is just to put a bunch of creators in a space, right, and have them make content together, and you as the org handle a lot of the logistics, and the creators get paid, essentially. That's the idea of, don't even have AutoTune enabled. That
I said certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak.
Hello, test, test. Okay. But for some reason,
Gun to the back of your head, name 5 DDG songs. What the fuck? The fuck are y'all what y'all talking about, bro? You're dying. You're literally dying. You're dead. On God, you're dead.
I said certified freak.
I said certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak.
Gun to the back of your head, name 5 DDG songs. What the fuck? The fuck are y'all what y'all talking about, bro? You're dying. You're literally dying. You're dead. On God, you're dead.
Okay, so I broke the auto tune at some point, and I just don't really know how or why. What if I do this? Test, test, hello. Test, test, hello. Wait, wait. Input. Oh. I just have to reset it, I guess. I said certified freak, 7 days a week. When be your word, make that pull-out game weak. Does echo too? Yeah, it does.
I said certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak.
Make that pull-out game weak.
Gun to the back of your head, name 5 DDG songs. What the fuck? The fuck are y'all what y'all talking about,
I
bro?
said
You're
certified
dying.
freak.
You're literally dying. You're dead. On God,
7 days
you're dead.
a week. 7 days a week. Okay, sorry. Anyway. Okay. Anyway. Me when I speak into the fan. Yeah, Will's leaving OTK. Now, if you were to ask me to completely parasocial this, right? And just throw a guess out of a hat for why. I think it's a few things. I think this was potentially something that Will was floated since February. Right? Kind of like a wait and see situation. Again, it's pure speculation. I have no evidence for this. I think one, what kind of pushed it over the edge, like straw that broke the camel's back. I think partially it had to do with this. Surely he was thinking about it when one of the founders of OTK basically attacked his friend. No, Asmiglo has been doing that forever. I think BB No Money kind of like taking this stand invigorated him a little bit to be like, okay, you know what I mean? I can actually stand against this. I think that was part of it. He's probably decided a few months ago. I agree, right? But again, I think it was a wait and see situation, right? To see if it would get any better. But I don't think this was the only thing that did it. I feel like Hassan doesn't care in that way. I don't think he's that sensitive. So what did BB No Money do? BB No Money, was this filmed a long time ago? Yes, this was filmed a long time ago. With this coming out with Asmongold's face censored. Right? Which honestly, it's still pretty funny. I saw that on BB's Instagram in public. I thought she was about to change. Did they move recently? Maybe you need to get finances in order too. I'm not gonna go that far into it. I think it was contract ending. Young Jeff also leaving the day before. A contract ending. Young Jeff also leaving the day before. Potentially. Again, I don't have any intricacies in the contracts, so I'm going off of what I know publicly. Right. It's censored. I thought it was just him. Yeah. Oh, Young Jeff also left? Yeah, Young Jeff also left. Where there's also a Sportskeeda article about Young Jeff leaving. People being like, it's because of Asmongold. Because you like the Young Jeff post on X that OTK is ending. What is, okay, this is a meme post. This is the actual post. After 4+ years, I made a decision to part ways with OTK. I appreciate everything that they've done for me over the years. However, I feel the future direction of the company now is the best. I feel like with the future direction of the company, now is the best time for me to venture forward. I wouldn't have the career I do now or met so many amazing people in the industry without them taking a chance on me in the beginning. So for that, I will always be grateful. To everyone who supports my silly posts / interactions there over the years, I appreciate you all very much. I'll still be doing socials for people in my bio, of course. I'm taking some personal time, play Elden Ring Night Rain, W. But if any people / companies out there are looking to bring on more people on someone new, don't hesitate to reach out. Thoughts on NAP, I don't think he's joking most of the time. It's hard for me to watch as well. I think NMP is farming. Right? I think there's a difference between farming and joking. I think he's farming. He's always farming. Yeah, he's always farming. I do not like the way NMP is handling this. I mean, there's not much you can do. With Young Jeff leaving and with Will Neff leaving, it's the double Fs. That's what it is. I think it's sort of writing on the walls. You know what I mean? Which should actually be good for once. Excuse you, I get a lot of engagement on Twitter. You see Twitter begging me to get verified because of all the super engagement I got. They got 148,000 likes on my latest tweet. You know what I mean? Let me see your tweets, chatter. Let me see your 148,000. I'm sorry, views. Pull the Kendrick tweet. You know what? I will. I will pull the Kendrick tweet. Actually, I'll pull both of my Kendrick tweets. Suck my nuts. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, computer. Please. It doesn't like all the tabs I have opened. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. No, I'll start closing some tabs. Close. I probably don't need any of these. Okay. I really just heard a pretty good 9/11 joke on fan stream 5 seconds ago. Don't ever talk about bad about 9/11. We got 13 of our best guys that day. This tweet, start with this tweet. 4 million views, 172,000 likes. I ratioed Theo Von. LOL. 172,000 likes is crazy. Oh, you think that that's crazy? 20.5 million views, 728,000 likes. Kendrick Lamar is rumored to have a big surprise for Super Bowl. He's gonna kill Drake live. Like, that is my, by far, my most liked tweet. Remember these tweets that didn't know they went that big? Because they didn't. Because I posted this tweet, like, actually I didn't do it on my when I was live, but I posted like before I was live, so I showed it to y'all, and it had like 1,000 likes. I was like, oh, it's doing pretty well. Did you get any followers from this? Not really. No, a little bit, maybe like a few thousand, but not like 700,000 or whatever. Forward Tumblr post, 7 million likes. That's Twitter. How much money could you have made from this? Honestly, probably a lot. But yeah, don't come for my tweeting. But I think that, like, yeah, writing on the wall a little bit. I think that it's more acceptable now to be contentious to OTK, which is why you see an uptick of like NMP and S-fan farming, right? Cause like there are a lot more people being contentious of OTK and Asman. And so like you see people either leaving and jumping ship like Young Jeff or Will Neff, or people doubling down and sticking it out like S-Fan and NMP. It's definitely all related. There are some wild group chats. Even more normie audiences, Ludwig, Northernline, other gaming streamers, OTK is a punchline and has been for a while. Yeah. Which is that's a good point, chatter. Exactly falls into what I was talking about yesterday, right? In that they would never really engage with like OTK and Asman being bad. Asman cultivating a Nazi audience, Asman Gold doing Holocaust denialism. His take on Palestinian culture being inferior, right? But they won't talk about any of that. But they will joke about how OTK is kind of going down the toilet after the fact. You feel me? Since I was pretty ecstatic about Emily's recent blow up, throwing subs around left, right, and center and saying, as if to say, don't forget us. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I'm not too familiar with that situation. I don't know. I don't see. And this is the problem, right? I think OTK could have recovered if they like, it's like, I don't want to say like a cancer, but kind of like a cancer, right? You know, when you catch cancer, a tumor early, you can snip out that tumor before it infests other areas and grows to being so large. And it's way easier to save a life if you catch a tumor early. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like that. Like, they let Asmongold fester for too long. They just did. Or, yeah, maybe Mold would be a better comparison. Look, kind of like Mold, right? You see, well, to be fair, No, it's exactly like mold, right? Like, once you start to see visible mold, right, you can try to throw away that mold on your bread, but that mold is deep. And so if you just wait for that mold to be visible, for it to become a problem, and then you're like, okay, now I'm gonna cut it out, that mold runs deep. And so even if you get rid of that mold, right, there is still more mold that is deeper than that surface level mold. And it's exactly like that. You know? Like, Will talked about 3-4 months ago that, like, if something doesn't change at OTK, he's out, he's leaving. Asmongold leaves a week later, and you're like, okay, problem solved. Right? Problem solved, you know? Will's gonna stay. But if it gets to the point where, like, somebody is, like, Will's speaking out in public about how bad the state of the organization is, the mold's running deep. It's gonna take more than removing the visible mold to fix the bread. And at this point, can you even fix the bread? Right? Who knows? And so that leads us to yesterday where Will left. You feel me? It was the last big event. Wasn't it the Wild West event? Bread is not cheese. Mold on cheese can be cut out. Mold on bread can't. People are like cheese. Groups are like bread. Probably deep if you're high. True. What even is the point of being an OTK for Will? The point of groups like OTK is supposed to offer a level of insurance, right? A level of insurance for the streamers, right? So I understand why, like, Will joined OTK in the first place. I get it. Because of management sponsorship. Yeah, it's insurance. They handle the logistics. They most likely pay you, and you just donate some of your time. They handle the events being created. They handle sourcing the production staff. They handle all the back end stuff so you can focus on your content. It's essentially like old YouTube MSNs, MCNs. MCN? I think it's MCN. MSN is a different thing, right? It's a talent agency, essentially. They handle sponsorships. They handle like the production side of it. They handle putting on the event. They handle PR. They handle legal, right? So, like, there is a reason why streamers join those things. Also, access to resources. If you need a graphic, just ask the graphic guy. If you need help with an ad, just ask the ad guy. Yeah. It's a level of insurance, right? It's a fallback, so you can take a little bit of onus off of putting in the effort yourself, right? If you need access to a video editor, you can go to the video editor guy. Also helps expose you to new audiences. That too. But that can be done without an official group. You know what I mean? Like, AMP is not an official org. It's a content group as opposed to a content org. Content orgs have that structure. Content groups don't. You know what I mean? Like, OTV is a content org. OTK is a content org. 100 Thieves is a content org. There's a CEO, there's a hierarchy, there's structure. My eyes are freaking going crazy. Nathan Grayson wrote an entire Substack article with former OTK employees about why OTK failed. OTK will ever be stained by Asmin mold in my mind. ATK is the closest to a content co-op from the outside looking in, at least. I wouldn't say it's a co-op specifically. How OTK lost its way. OTK was meant to be an org for and by some of the biggest streamers, but thanks to egos, whims, and controversies, it's proven to be anything but a sure bet. This is a long article. It's not that long, but I don't want to read right now. Fury End is a co-op. Yes, Fury End is a co-op. Here, I do want to show you this though. I think Twitch is in a transitioning period.
No streamer
of younger viewers lessens the relevance of OTK, OTV, as FaZe and AMP have so much traction. Yes, and I think OTK and OTV kind of dropped the ball in terms of adaptation. Do you think you will be willing to interested in covering the TYT fallout? It makes me sad. Not really. I'm gonna be real. TYT ain't pulling viewers in like talking about OTK's downfall. If your OTV is more of a friend group and less of an org. No, it's an org. It's an org through and through. I responded to Nick's tweet about farming for negative attention yesterday, and it disappeared. I said farming for attention from the losers in your bubble is all fun and games until it makes it out of that bubble and the whole new audience sees these compilations of him being inappropriate with women. I don't know why that would disappear. I don't think you can delete tweets underneath your tweet. I think OTV just pivoted to maximizing sponsorships and partnerships over viewership. Which is what that's I like OTV. It's kind of a death kill. A little bit. It's like a little bit of a last hurrah. Because you need the viewership to get more sponsorships. So you can't prioritize maximizing sponsorships and partnerships over viewerships. You can maximize doing sponsorships and partnerships over viewership until it becomes less lucrative. Is OTV still a thing still? It is. But like I think there is a lack of adaptation. This is a conversation that's deeper than just OTK and OTV. This goes into 100 Thieves as well. 100 Thieves used to do content, chat. Misfits Gaming, that I think Austin was a part of, or Misfits, shut down. One of the two. Right? I mean, I guess they do still do content.
Did you ever get injured at your first job?
Psychologically.
How weird was your old job?
So I guess they're still around. But like they're not really pulling numbers. You know what I mean? Like they're not really pulling numbers. TSM still around? I don't think so at all. They're like fully in esports. Less content org and more org esports org that does content sometimes. I did not know LM joined. Yeah, LM joined pretty recently. They have had a huge compound. Yeah, they did. Valky raised a freaking co-founder, co-owner. No, let's watch. What Donkey's video got more views than the actual video of the tour does. Let's watch Donkey video.
Bruh.
What's going on,
Does
Twitch
Thieves still
chat?
focus on esports
Yo,
now? I mean, they just signed Ellum as a creator, so I don't think that they're just focusing on esports, right? I'm sure that their main focus, but they're doing content. They are also a content org. What about Hype House? Stop. Don't these really exist to get investor money? Their content gets no motion for how much it all costs. And I think it's less about 100 Thieves specifically, right? And more about like this style of content org. There's zero adaptation. Right? Like there's just no adaptation here. For 100 Thieves, for like OTV. Wait. Toast and John talk about the future of OTV. Okay, I'm slightly curious about that too. It's very outdated. And the problem is that like it doesn't have to be. Like you just need new talent. Right? You need new talent to come in and bring fresh ideas. Right? You need new talent to come in and kind of reinvigorate new people. Because as you have your old talent, not to call these people old, right? And I feel a little bit bad because I'm talking about some of my mutuals here. Like I have mutuals who are in OTV and mutuals who are in OTK. But like when you have like the old guard age of talent, you need like that to be cycled through. Not always FaZe bringing in new talent kind of kills them. No, not at all. FaZe is bigger than it's ever been, chat. FaZe is bigger than it's ever been because of like Jason and Ronaldo and Lacey and Max. FaZe is like the biggest content org in general that can still be called like an org, right? And you need that. You need that. I'm not saying you do it like FaZe did it, which is basically kick everybody else out. You know what I mean? Kick everybody else out like immediately. Right? I'm not saying that. Like that's a bit much. But it's about the like steady, there's a middle ground here. You either have zero new talent or you have all new talent. There's like a 50%. Right? And like OTK did that a little bit. But I think the last time they added talent was like 3 years ago. Right? The last time they added talent was with Sydney, John, and Jody. And that was kind of it. And they had Pokimane who graduated. And that's kind of it. And Sydney, John, and Jody, they bring in new viewers. They bring in numbers. But like again, the landscape has shifted. It's changed from 3 years ago. Right? And so you need to keep doing that. But again, doing that costs money. And it's an investment. And some people just don't want to do the investment. It's a whole thing. Right? So I think there's a very good video, right, that can be made about why content orgs are failing now and why AMP and FaZe are doing so much better. I think branding and positioning is also important because I think as much diversity of content as FaZe and AMP has, they're able to curate themselves within a specific niche, so the fandom culture is stronger, equals stronger chance for longevity. Not even though, like offline TV has a niche. They're like the gaming group or whatever that does some IRL stuff, right? And to me, like they have interesting video like hooks. Like we became K-pop idols in 72 hours is an interesting video hook, and they're doing better than like 100 Thieves is. Like they're doing well. Like bringing everything with the $400,000 tungsten cube. Like they do well. They do well. Right? But like this in comparison to like freaking Like 6 days ago, 1 million. 12 days ago, 2.4 million. 2 weeks ago, 2.7 million. A month ago, 2.2 million. 6.8 million a month ago. 5.7 million. 1.3 million. Like, these are insane numbers. Insane numbers. And they're not even like that much bigger, right? Like twice the size of subscriber wise. But like the content is just hitting more. Right? And it gets even worse when you talk about like OTK. Like they don't even post content on their mains. And then if you look up OTK, all you get is Ms. Kids reveals the truth about leaving OTK, how OTK lost its way, Asmon leaves OTK, Emma responds to leaving OTK, my 3-year experience with OTK. Like it's not great. Like they don't post any content, which is what the org is supposed to be though. Right? Like the events that they do are done on specific creators' channels when they do events. Like didn't OTK have a basketball tournament thing? Oh, it was on Nick's channel. So it's RDC like one type of org. I mean RDC is not an org. RDC is similar to AMP, is a content group. OTK looks more like a management agency than a content org, and that could be kind of the issue, right? And that is like, well, that's not necessarily an issue itself, but it's an issue when you have so much bad press, right? When you are not putting out content yourself, Game Day is Nick's project. When you're not putting out content yourself, right? You're kind of at the whims of how people view you. You can't change the narrative. Right? You can't correct the narrative. Doesn't OTK or most OTK members have another management org agency anyway? I don't know. Yeah, but compare the basketball streams to any of the streams put together by like RDC boys or whatever. It's not even close. Broden is carrying OTV when it comes to the YouTube channel, I think. And it's the last thing they have, in my opinion. I'm curious about what their take on this is.
Are you guys really moving to Seattle?
Yeah, do you want to come?
Well, where would I live?
You can live with us.
The 4 of you?
Yeah.
Well, who's gonna take care of Skara?
I really tried telling
that guy can also come,
and he just won't come.
Also, yeah, half the members of OTV are moving to Seattle, so that is another thing.
I think I've tried convincing Skara on 7 different occasions.
I think that man is gonna die.
Wait, actually, I'd rather watch this on Toast's channel, actually. I'm being real.
Hello, I'm here in my backyard.
Slightly ominous.
Why Seattle?
Wow,
I think Sydney and Jody are from Seattle, if I'm not mistaken. OTK
Wait,
is
this is
too
gonna
rich to
be
try.
peak.
Honestly, most of these streamers are too rich to try a little bit.
When we actually have a fire going, whip out my $10 camping
Seattle has
chair.
bioterrorism, probably.
Oh,
Asmongold's
frick
not
yeah.
in Seattle.
Oh, baby.
Jody's from DC. Okay, it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna get into the intricacies of where Jody is from.
Are you guys really moving to Seattle?
Yeah, do you want to come?
Well, where would I live?
You can live with us.
The 4 of you?
Yeah.
Well, who's gonna take care of Skara?
I really tried telling
that guy can
Skara
also
to
come,
and he just won't come. I think I've tried convincing Skara on 7 different occasions.
I think that man is gonna die in LA. You know, I don't think he's leaving.
We found a pretty cool house. 6 bedroom.
You know how in Game of Thrones, Jaime Lannister ended up going back to King's Landing to die with...
I wish I could afford a 6-bedroom house in freaking Seattle.
Cersei Lannister despite.
Spoilers. I've only seen.
Wait, you think the screw goes in this way?
I don't know.
That's me.
I got it. I don't know.
I'm Jaime Lannister.
Because you want to die in LA?
And Skara is Cersei.
You don't want to fucking die
King's
in LA.
Landing's
Well,
LA.
Skara says that he wants to live alone.
He did not say that.
He
did not say that.
He actually
He did not say that.
Wait, why?
Did not say that because we have plans to live together.
Oh, yikes. I just had a conversation
No,
with him
no,
literally yesterday.
nah, you're
Yesterday
confused. No,
Are you
no.
instigating?
You know, maybe I heard him wrong, actually.
Yeah, that's you probably did.
Yeah, I probably heard him wrong.
You probably
Can
did.
I have it to tighten it?
Yeah.
Now we can just run it back. Just run it back.
Run a little back,
In Seattle.
Run back.
like with.
OTV in Seattle. Isn't that kind of cool?
But what about Skara?
He can live by
Dude,
himself in
If
Seattle.
all of us came, he would just come.
Wait, you can live by yourself in Seattle.
Okay, well there's still Lily Petra and Michael Reeves.
They're not coming.
How often do we see them?
I mean, we still see them like at once every 2 weeks.
I mean, does Lily want to graduate? What's Lily's plans? We don't know.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if she wants to go to Seattle though.
Definitely don't think she's going to Seattle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that one
What
you
just
did,
went boom?
But that one you did on the inside.
Probably a
I did it both
car
on the
exploding.
Well, I think that also, hey, OTV isn't about where we're at. It doesn't matter.
Well, what is OTV about?
Friendship.
Friendship?
Yeah.
So
Streamers slash group houses for streamers. I just feel like people who don't want to grow up. I don't know. It kind of feels weird to me. Chatter, I'm gonna be real right now. You are not rich enough to be saying this. I'm sorry. Like it's just they make too much money for your opinion to matter in that way. It's just it's too much money.
plan is you.
Guys, what are these?
If I could make a bajillion dollars playing video games,
shots.
I'd do it too.
So you,
Trust
me,
and believe.
Jody, Sydney, as the 4 OTV members going to Seattle.
Sorry, one more time.
You, Jody,
Me,
John.
Jody, John.
Sydney, the 4 of you,
Yeah.
the 3 of you
Are going to Seattle.
are going to Seattle.
With Celine.
Well, let's just focus on OTV for now.
Okay.
The 3 of you.
Yeah.
And then
Just apply for the empty bedroom. That's
Michael, Lily, Yvonne staying.
Yeah.
And if Skara stays and I go, that's 4 and 4.
Mm.
Yeah.
But I can't leave Skara.
You don't have to.
So we both stay.
You could both stay, and then you guys can visit.
Wouldn't it be easier for
Join an
3
org?
people to visit 5
It
people?
depends on the org. You know what I mean? It would depend on the org. Like OTK, for sure.
Well, I doubt Lily is ever coming down
Yeah.
to Seattle.
So
Has this
you,
chatter said anything positive at all ever in the chat? Just full like negativity. You know what I mean? I just be positive a little bit.
you should come visit us.
Well, I'm gonna fly down for OTV shoots anyways.
So you will come visit us.
I am gonna come visit us.
Oh, okay.
But I'm like, oh, it'd be cool if you guys came and visited us. But
Yeah.
I know you motherfuckers won't.
That would be cool.
I know you guys won't.
No, I would.
I think maybe you would, yeah.
Yeah. Because Vancouver's right there. And yeah.
You couldn't have just been like, because I want to see you
Oh, yeah,
guys.
I told you I can't be dishonest.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, we're gonna
Or we find some more people in Seattle and have an OTV North and OTV South.
Okay.
Okay.
I literally messaged extra Emily and I was like, hey, we have like a house that's 6 bedroom.
Extra Emily?
Yeah.
No,
I'm looking for any like roommates.
She's not with the agents anymore.
What?
She found her new people. She's been taken from the agents.
Was she ever?
By who? What do you mean by that, Toast? What do you... See, this could mean one of two things. He could mean OTK, or he could mean AMP. Because she was just at Streamer University. So, who do you mean? Who took her? I think he means OTK. I also think he means OTK, but like it's kind of funny. It's a funny way to put it. Also, she is also at DreamCon. So what is he saying? He's saying the He's saying the took her. He's saying that she's no longer with the Asians. She's over on with the now. Is that what he's saying? That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing. She's with the. That's what I heard.
With the Asians?
No, she was with the Asian for a bit.
I've been trying to convince many people to come to Seattle, and I'm not going to say who I've convinced, but there are some people that are debating.
Who would convince you to come to Seattle?
Like who moves to Seattle and I'll want to move.
Never beat the allegations. Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak.
Saikuno. You guys get Saikuno? I'll be there.
He'd probably be down because there's no income tax. He'd be like, you know what? That's so random.
What? Me and Saikuno are best friends.
What's his middle name?
Tom.
No,
Tom Saikuno. That's my guy.
You don't even know
That's
his
my
first
guy.
name.
Oh wait, Saikuno's moving to New York, right?
Is he actually? He'll never make it there.
I don't know,
Giant
man.
rats in New York.
Everyone here says they're moving somewhere and then they just end up not moving at all.
You know those things we're not actually gonna move?
Yeah, I know. You guys ain't moving.
Wait, I'm moving.
No, you're not moving.
Okay. I gotta go.
Hey, Sean, what's taking so long?
The screw is not going in.
What do you think's gonna happen to OTV once we move?
Caving in his enemies. Wait. Where'd that go? I wanted to see what was that guy talking about? I had no idea what do you mean? I didn't even finish the message. They said checking on Hassan. Were they being serious? They were like seriously like checking on your friend Hassan. Can you make sure he's okay and won't do anything stupid? Oh. Chatter's concerned trolling. Voila. Enemies freaking testosterone. Thank you for the raid. Any relation to Misk's receding hairline? Your names are very similar. Are you cousins?
Are we really gonna have this conversation on stream?
I think
He brought it up.
Did I bring it up?
It's what the people want.
You guys are moving.
Conversation on.
Going in.
What do you think's gonna happen to OTV once we move?
Are we really gonna have this conversation on stream?
I think
He brought it up.
Did I bring it up?
It's what the people want.
You guys are moving.
I think I'm never gonna see Broden ever again.
What? I would arguably say that you're gonna see Broden the most.
Look, here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna have to graduate one side, either the Seattle side or the LA side. You can't split it. You can't split it up.
I guess I'm just pretty. I don't know. I just think that me. Well, you motherfuckers aren't flying to Seattle.
I am. It is interesting the fact that there's like no like contract, or if there is a contract, no contractual stipulation that you have to live in the same area.
Bastum just subscribed.
You know what I mean? Unless their contracts are ending.
Politics. Saluting _face.
Shadow and LA aren't that far. It's far enough where it becomes like a thing to have to travel back and forth. You know what I mean? Can you have a no move clause? Yeah, yeah, it's a job. For a job, you can stipulate that you have to live in an area. Doesn't Austin do it? Okay, that's Austin though. Austin's insane. Austin's a crazy person. Like, that's not a normal thing to do. That's like, yeah, Austin's carbon footprint is crazy.
Film videos. So really, it's gonna be me, Cindy, and John who are gonna fly up because you motherfuckers want.
Well, you guys are the one who chose to leave.
Exactly. I'll be flying up.
You guys don't fly up.
Why do we have to split it?
Okay, well, I heard that Will Neff is a free agent now.
All right, get Will in.
He's been in part of 100 Thieves, G4,
Damn.
OTK.
Damn.
And all he has to do is change one letter.
I mean, he's also just like a really cool, fun person.
Yeah, I do. Unfortunately, really fucking.
I've never had a bad experience with him in my life.
And he would be the first full white guy in OTV, which is
We need
crazy.
one more piece.
Also, I mean, I just think that.
Bro, why does Toes keep talking about race? That's the second time. Okay, one more strike. One more strike, and I'm gonna have to call it like it is. That's the second. We've been watching for 7 minutes. We've been watching for 7 minutes, and there's two separate racial comments.
Candidly speaking, you know.
Say it with your chest.
I just think we haven't done shit as an OTV house, and I thought OTV members were gonna do that, but we didn't.
Aren't you an OTV member?
Now I fucking am, and guess what we're doing today? We're camping in this motherfucking backyard, isn't that right? Anyways, and so I thought we were gonna do OTV stuff in the OTV house, but I totally understand, like, everyone's gone through it, blah, blah, blah. You know, the financial burdens and all. It was a bad vibe. But I'm like, okay, well, I could do this anywhere, baby. And I thought, if that's the case, I'm going home.
Bro puts on one stream is now.
Yeah,
by terrorist here.
I'm not a vibe terrorist, I'm a vibe initiator. The vibes are up, baby.
The vibes are up.
Yeah. What? Well, OTV used to. I'm sorry. My voice cracked. OTV used to do stuff like this. So they used to be very consistent in their content. Right? Maybe just scroll back like 2 years ago or 3 years ago. They used to do like, you know, hide and seek things. They'll get a guest in, they'll have a mansion and do a hide and seek in a huge mansion. They'll do like, you know, white elephant, silent library, like a bunch of different events pretty consistently. The Fearing collab was pretty funny. The Fearing collab was pretty good. It was very good. They're pretending that Asians aren't super anti-black. Okay, this is the same thing of like black people are specifically homophobic. There's no specific like, you know, anti-black gene in like Asian people. Like everybody's anti-black. We live in an anti-black white supremacist society. Asians are not more anti-black than like white people. You know what I mean? You're gonna sit there and tell me that you look at like across the racial you know, rainbow of people and you're like, yeah, no, white people. Nah, it's Asian people that are the most anti-black. That is legitimately white supremacy, right? The pitting of like Asian people and black people against each other, while like white people is just fucking both over. That's white supremacy. Anyway, what were we talking about?
In LA, you know, I don't think he's leaving.
I'm Asian and a big fan of black people. Okay, don't say that.
Hey, we found a pretty cool house. 6 bedroom.
You know how in Game of Thrones, Jaime Lannister ended up going back to King's Landing to die with
black and Asian people against each other? Yeah.
With Cersei Lannister, despite. That's me.
I got it.
I'm Jaime Lannister.
Because you want to die.
I mean, that's what. Come on, Chatter. Come on, Chatter. You said Asians are anti-black. Like, what are people supposed to take from that?
Alright, Cersei.
You don't want to fucking die.
King's Landing's LA.
Sparrow says that he wants to live alone.
He did not say that. He did not say that. He did not say that.
Why?
Did not say that because we have plans to live together.
Oh, yikes! I just had a conversation
No,
with him literally yesterday.
Nah, you're confused. No,
are you instigating?
No.
Now we can just run it back. Just run it back.
Run what back?
In Seattle.
Run back.
Like, with.
OTV in Seattle. Isn't that kind of cool?
But what about Scara?
He can live by himself in Seattle.
Oh wait, this is the wrong. I started playing the wrong video. This is the video. I was like, didn't we just listen to that?
Vibes are up, and Jody is leading the charge. She's the vibes captain now.
I am.
All right, what's next for us?
So fast. I think we should do one giant sleepover. It could be really fun. A blind death mute challenge, but nobody seems excited about it. I got a couple more up my sleeve.
Okay, no, it's a secret sleeve.
It's because I have to wait till you guys are live.
What are you gonna do to us?
I don't know.
I like the sleepover idea though.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't understand Mafia. So this is one last Mafia stream, guys. I don't understand the game.
Then you're not OTV. I'm sorry. If you don't understand Mafia, you don't understand OTV.
Twice, and I don't
That's literally what we're famous for.
You guys are famous for Among Us.
Which is a form of Mafia.
This is actually tilting me.
Dude, I lost the last piece. It's this small one.
Just put the pot in the... Oh, Jesus.
But literally what? I don't get it. So you go to bed, and you come up, and then you say, I think that person's the imposter.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
What don't you understand
what the fuck
about
is happening in between the game? Like, I don't understand. Like, so you go to bed, and then you're like, what did you do? But there's nothing happening.
Well, someone's dead.
But then they're like, oh, what did you do last night? Nothing, because everyone closed their fucking eyes. I don't get it. I don't know the game.
Well, it's like the way people lie. Because someone's lying. Because someone did something in the middle of the night.
It's pretty boring for the non-heroes. Like, if you don't have a role.
Hey, people love it.
I, unfortunately...
Hey, yo, guys, I lost a piece, so like...
Just put it on. It's probably not important, right? Let's just set this shit on fire, man. Fuck it. I don't give a shit anymore.
When he says that, he's talking about OTV.
What?
Dude, you can tell, man.
What the fuck is... Who the fuck said all this text? Oh, fuck all of you.
Like, he doesn't mean that, chat. Wait, if I go to Seattle, will I never see you again? Are you actually never gonna come up?
Yeah, no, I'm not coming up, bro.
What?
Okay. Okay, here's one log. Here's another log.
Hey, right, you're supposed to... You burn...
Can you burn the paper?
You burn the paper.
Yeah, that burns with it. And we use these to...
Hey, where's the matchstick?
He bought matches.
Yeah, we brought matchsticks. I really want to burn.
Do you think Spyro will come out soon?
No, he fucking hates us.
I sure hope it actually lights for 4 hours. Because we don't have a lot. Oh, hey, he didn't even.
Yeah, whoa. You're hogging all the good stuff.
You selfish.
Grab a stick. Grab a stick instead.
Ah!
I don't even see a need for a content org like groups of streamers or streamers already click together without making it a thing. Do you think it's streamlined marketing and sponsorships? Yes, it's to handle the logistics, right? It offers a level of security and insurance for the streamers. They have like lawyers on retainer. They have marketing, video editing, things of that nature are done not by you. You don't have to. It takes the onus off of you to actually handle that content.
Is it your first time laying that?
No. Why did you say that? It just broke.
Do you guys ever think about how easy it is to commit arson?
Yeah, I think about it all the time.
Like, you can just set a place on fire and they're not gonna notice you.
Wow, this smells delicious.
It's like the matchstick box.
Oh no! A match fell in my arm.
Holy fuck, this smells.
Are you guys ready?
Let's set it
I'm gonna go to the bottom.
Should we chant first?
Like the lights of Gondor.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, I feel like if we eat anything cooked by this fire, we're gonna die.
Hey, did we for sure confirm
including sponsorships. Including sponsorships. Pitching it's like a content package, right? Pitching a content package. You know, you buy a bundled PS5, like a PS5 that comes with a game and it's pre-wrapped and it comes with a special controller or whatever. And how that is like, that can be resold to somebody else for more than like a regular PS5 is. That's kind of what like a content org does for you. It packages up in a little box a bunch of different streamers who have their own specific niches and audiences, and saying, hey, instead of getting access to this audience and this audience, this audience separately, you can get access to all of these audiences with all of these demographics at one time through this organization by giving us more money. And so it's like, it's a situation where it's more than the sum of its parts. For a sponsor, they're willing to pay more money, lump sum, to a content org as opposed to like piecemealing, paying every streamer separately. If that makes sense. I generally think the mistake is not intersecting the audience enough. This could take any form of content, doesn't mean it needs to be super produced. So they don't find the urgency to do things together. I think that the real issue is just not finding new talent.
You can.
Right? Okay. And this will also happen to AMP, by the way, in the future. Right? They're not an org, so it doesn't necessarily matter that much if they like age out and their audience ages out and people move on. Right? But like, or like FaZe. FaZe is technically an org. Once like the FaZe boys get older, their audience ages out. If they don't find and craft new talent, they're gonna get into the same boat as old FaZe did, right? They would need to bring in new talent, whoever the new hottest people are, whoever's growing then, to be able to capture a new audience, right? Maybe not necessarily younger, but people who hit a different niche, right? You can like FaZe can bring in somebody who's like older if they feel like that niche would hit differently. They could bring in Asmongold to hit the political niche if they wanted to. Right? They're trying to get a new slate every 3 to 5 years? Probably.
It smells like shit.
Oh no, you definitely can. 100%.
Chat would fucking tell us if we couldn't.
Well, we didn't read chat.
Well, some brand of paper you prefer.
For sure, there's like some.
I don't know if this brand is one of them, but some brands. Hey, chat, can you Google this brand of paper?
Fireside Supreme
You know
Firelog.
what? I would say that it's too late. So.
No, I think you can burn it 100%.
100%.
Well, it's burning.
I think you can burn it. 100%.
I'm like a little too close to this. Okay.
Oh, my phone.
Hey, well, the fire's going though.
Yeah. Do you think it's really gonna burn for 4 hours because we don't have?
Yeah, I will.
Ooh, it's nice though.
Yeah, that's kind of nice. Oh.
Yo, what's it popping for?
Wait, you think it's gonna kill us?
What? The fire's angry. Oh, that's a big fire.
Yo, that's a fire.
That's a big ass fire.
You think this is true? Sitting in a fireplace is worse than smoking a whole pack of cigarettes. I don't think that's true. There's nicotine cigarettes.
Do we know the location of our fire extinguisher?
How about the location even of our hose?
We can use that.
Okay. Worst comes to worst.
There's a hose right there.
Grab a bucket.
Come on. I'm gonna press it.
Yeah, I'm saying it's totally LA. The freaking planes.
Big ass fire.
The chopper's looking for us.
Alright, you guys ready to roast some weenies?
I'm
ready.
Like until like it maybe relax.
I'm so hungry.
Let's see streamers compete to start a fire.
Should we add more logs?
That is a good idea.
We got one more.
Do not add that.
There's one too closer to me.
Like
They're
offering
taking it
80K
Also,
plus small
so
projects.
hot.
Share up to 1,000 views. Up to 1,000 viewers.
I think we should wait till all the paper burns and then you should clip. Because the paper's coming up with a minute. I'm scared what they
You gotta be okay shorter than that.
See that
I
big
think
one
it'll
at the
be
back?
less than that, honestly.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Dude, we should light fires every day.
So now you want to keep
I'm down with keep
Because
this.
if they offer
I told
80K,
you
they
that.
would be taking sub costs. They're not gonna offer 80K on top of the money you get from like subs and things of that nature. I agree to some degree, but I have more faith in AMP's longevity from the way I've seen how most of them are able to transform and change their content over time when necessary, which I haven't seen from other orgs. Time will tell. Time will tell.
We should keep the pit.
This is a nice pit.
Wait, did we just?
Wait, someone fucking said small fire. Should I be ban them?
Wait, let's prove it
Fire-
wrong.
I'm insecure. I'm insecure as fuck. I think that's a big fire.
It's burning up. I'm burning up.
Next thing they're gonna say that fire's
God.
not even hot.
That compression is
And then that
crazy.
person's getting swift ban.
Okay, we get back to the.
I like that.
I'll back it up 1 inch. Oh wow, the
That-
fire is eating up so much space on the camera.
Do you think like it would have sufficed for just one log?
This is so sad.
Thank you.
Around our house.
It's so hot, my hand hurts. The gloves.
Oh, that will cook. You get to.
I don't have one. You gotta put it into the fire, that's where it's the hottest.
Look, mine is literally inside the fire. Like my glove could catch on fire.
I don't think you're actually supposed to do that.
Bro, oh no, the end of my hot dog is black. It's like burnt.
Yeah, no, that's bad.
What?
You want to put it at the top where the heat is the strongest.
I'm a stubborn man.
You just like rubbed it off his lip.
What Kai would do, he's already turned down Netflix.
Yeah, mine's cold. So my hand is fucking hot. You can see your hot dog straight up.
As much. I mean, he's 22. He has like 8 years, bro. These people are 30. That's the difference, right? And that's kind of the problem. Not Jody. I think Jody maybe like late 20s. But like they're not as old as the people who are coming up now. Like 20, 21, 22, 23. Right? They're just not like those people have time. Kai has time. Like AMP is not going to see a massive reduction in of viewership for a few years at least. You know what I mean?
One side is really hot, one side is really cold.
Oh fuck, we should be rotating this shit.
You need burn?
No, yeah, it's burnt. Straight up though. You guys, what the fuck?
Okay, I'm gonna throw away this hot dog.
I think that's fair. I think that's not a good idea. I think you should hold it when I'm holding it, where it touches the tip of the thing.
That's a limp dog though.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about. It's like because look at how this is black.
Yeah, it's because you're holding it really close to the source of the thing.
So I have a really sensitive question.
Mine is it's about the same size. Yeah.
That's a hot dog?
Yeah.
Fully erect?
Yeah.
How long is that?
It's like 5 inches, which is respectable.
We'll make this better. Okay.
My question is, do you think that you and I will ever have erectile dysfunction like in our lives?
No, but the first time I had sex, I couldn't stay hard.
The pressure wasn't hot enough?
No, she was hot enough. I was just nervous. Was that what you were asking?
What does this have to do
Usually,
with the
when a
future
guy
of
gets scared
OTV?
apart, it's not about the girl, it's about the guy. Then we tell stories about the good old days.
Okay. Yeah, I got Lego TV 4 years ago before it all died. Blah blah blah. Yeah, I've seen your clips.
You said that?
Wait, what did I say?
I just see you and Scar twin farming.
You guys are rage baiting, aren't you?
Yeah, we're rage baiters.
It's working. I hear people talking about it.
Maybe it doesn't look relevant.
Rage baiting? Wait, you and Scar rage baited 2 days ago.
Oh, we did?
I saw it on the Twitch channel.
Wait, I would argue this is Scar and I do not talk about anything. Like, oh yeah, OTV is gonna die. This is it. This is the last house. Like,
I just say that.
no. You didn't even watch the clip.
Nah, just on the title of the thumbnail, we got rage baited.
We're gonna make s'mores with it.
Yeah, dude, that's gonna be fucking.
But basically, best case scenario is that, you know, like a pump. Okay, right now I'm pumping, right? But I can't pump forever. So hopefully I can pass the baton to another willing individual who will also then, in my downtime, pump. Okay. And then vice versa, and then we continuously rotate.
It's like a relationship.
Yeah.
So you need someone else to pump when you're not pumping.
Yeah.
What do you think that is?
Who?
Yeah.
Well, I've only ever seen one other individual lead an OPE. That is you.
I'm retired.
Yeah, that seems to be the fucking consensus with all of OTV. So, yeah.
No data behind it.
Yeah,
Cool,
so,
cool.
I mean, Jody just said it. Like, the all of OTV is retired, essentially. And so, like, if it gets to the point where, like, OTV just kind of fizzles out, that's just kind of what it is, right? But if they want to stay, right? If they're fine with, like, retiring the org, right? If they're fine with being like, okay, we got what we need to get out of this. We're chill. We made all the money we wanted to make. We're gonna retire it, have our own streaming brand or whatever. That's fine, right? But if they want to change, they will only last if they did a rebrand like FaZe did. Yes, essentially. They need new talent. That's the answer. They need new talent, right? Like, the people in this organization are, and this is what Jody is talking about, is that they're kind of fine with, like, stepping back and being in the retired role, but doing that without new talent will cause the organization to fail. How did the new FaZe boys come up or get found? They were already successful. Like, Ronaldo and Lacey and Jason, they were already, like, successful streamers. I think they collabed together as well. And FaZe Banks, or whoever found them, just had an eye for talent. And picked well.
I actually never forget what Scar said. Oh, you guys didn't know you joined the sinking ship?
Oh, you said that? I probably should have said that.
Maybe.
Yeah.
No, it's too late. You can't make it.
Is he drunk?
Really, Scar? I remember we were in the car. Driving back from KBBQ.
Scar, why would
Remember?
you say that?
I remember it was a full car. You remember who was in the car?
Scar, there's no upside to saying that.
I remember, Scar.
Yeah, what's the upside of saying that?
Wait, like, Scar, what did you gain from that? Like, what was your win loss?
He's the real one. He let me know what was happening.
Scar's a captain on the Titanic, and he's like, guys.
Scar, you want to hop on? Hey, so you don't want to ever leave the OTV ever again?
Dude, just come to Seattle for the vibes.
But that's why I said Scar, I just tried it for
Like,
a year.
regardless of OTV, just come for friendship.
I think leading takes many forms.
Yeah, be honest.
Yeah.
Okay, and then how?
Like, if you're the captain, I would say I'm the boat.
We're all riding toast.
Like, there's a captain, like, I can get you where you want to go.
That's true.
Yeah.
He's a pretty good boat. Well, my problem is that I feel like I'm a captain, but of no crew. So that's the hard part. This is what I continuously ran into. Okay, I'm the captain, or I'm down to take the lead sometimes. I'm down to, like, help initiate. But it does sometimes feel like there's no crew. There's no crew around.
No crew.
Yeah.
How about Sydney?
Sydney's, yeah. But she's also, well, yeah. I think Sydney's down in there. Me and Sydney are down bitches right now.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
DB for short.
Yeah.
Down bitches.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
But we need more people for this.
We need more DBs.
Yeah. Because, like, have you seen One Piece?
No.
Wait, did you watch the live action with us?
No.
Hey, Loki is good. I'll rewatch it with you. I didn't watch the anime. I've only seen the live action, so some people just thought that, but it was actually pretty
I
good.
never, yeah.
It's about a captain finding his crew.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I just wish that I found my crew. I just wish
You need
my
a reindeer
crew-
doctor?
I just wish my crew would jump in the boat with me.
You got to go to Randall, though?
I'm the boat. I can be a boat.
Can't jump in.
You're I can be a boat and a crew. I'm the boat.
Scar said, wait, am I zero? I don't know who that
Zorro.
is.
Zorro.
Is it good? I feel like it needs a marshmallow.
It's good.
Oh.
Dude, there's like ash all over your cookie.
That's actually good. The caramel and the chocolate.
The caramel chocolate.
What are you, an old man?
I think we just have to get new members.
I would.
There's no one on my boat.
It's exactly what I said, chat. I've said this for a long time, by the way. People, like, chatters who've been watching me for a while knows that I've said this for forever. You could probably find me talking about, like, OTV and OTK and just saying, like, that you just need new people. You need new talent.
Wait, Lil Neff would get in a boat.
That is too good for us. What?
He's never given off those vibes. He's so wholesome.
Hey, that's what we said about Michael Reeves, and we tricked him into joining.
I don't even see that guy.
I used to play Smash with him every day.
Also, I think Will Neff's been
Are
in
you
both
okay?
OTV videos and OTK videos.
And then the problem is, this is the problem that happened with OTK, that Shauna's talking about with OTV now, is that they're trying to bring in people who are already demonstrably successful. You know what I mean? Like, bringing in Will Neff is not going to save OTV. the same way it didn't save OTK, right? You need new talent, right? Like having Will would be good, right? But you need people who can bring a new, younger audience, essentially. And if Will had like a younger audience specifically, it'd be one thing. Like Nandri is a great example. Nandri brings in a different and a younger audience than, I'm not saying Will is old and busted, right? I'm not saying Will is old and busted, right? But you need people who are going to grow with the organization and who can foster and bring in new audiences, younger audiences, right? Or at least different audiences. Like they've collabed with Will before, right? Will has been on OTV's YouTube page, right? It's not like Will is unknown to the audience of OTV, right? Alpha TV learned improv with Will Neff 2 years ago. And so is Will going to bring in the new audience that is required and needed for OTV to continue to grow? He will bring an audience, right? But how much of that audience is in overlap with the audience they already have? And that's sort of the problem. Like dropping the old face clan and bringing in Jason Ronaldo and Lacey and Max, right? Brings in new people, young people that can then grow up and watch, you know, FaZe on their downtime in school or whatever. You feel me? I want to go for a second, but if you think that Will has hit his peak, you're sorely mistaken. I didn't even say Will has hit his peak, right? I'm just saying that the audience that Will brings is not the audience that they need to grow, right? Like Will would be a good addition to any organization for his content mind, right? He has a very good mind for content, right? But that's different than what OTK or OTV needs, right? Oh, you can't know the chatter said it? Okay. I've been in a chat. No, they're talking to chatters. I will say, if you don't add a chatter, I assume you're talking to me. But like, it's fine. You're chill. OTV Rizzler, who already has a big overlapping audience. Yeah. So I'm not saying that Will would be a bad pick, but I'm just saying that I don't know if it will solve or fix the issues that OTV is having. Someone that's pretty big, join it, and org is more efficient and cost sharing and some cross audience, but not for growth in long term.
I don't think that was good, man.
I'm gonna have so much fun. And then you guys are gonna want my vote. I'm gonna be with you guys because you're like, wow, this is really fun. Julie's out there doing this, making that. I want to be part of that. And that's how we get everybody involved.
I think you do want like a new class of people who are just so desperate for fame that they're willing to do anything and have so much free time, because everyone just has too much going on right now. You want a class of streamers that don't have a lot going on.
Remember when Kobe started?
Like the problem, this is the issue. The problem, this is not with like what they're talking about here specifically. The problem is that everybody wants 2025 Cinna, but nobody wants 2023 Cinna, right? But you don't get 2025 Cinna without 2023 Cinna. And that's the problem. That's the issue. Is that they're looking for like, oh, we can just get extra Emily, right? They want, 2025 extra Emily with 15,000 viewers, and they don't want 2022 Emily, extra Emily with, 1K viewers, right? They want 2025 Cinna with like 8,000 concurrent viewers, and they don't want 2022 Cinna or 2023 Cinna who has like 500 viewers. And you need that, right? There's an industry for this. You need an eye for talent. You need to pick up people when talent, they're on the rise and they're growing, so you can get in, invest in them, and when they're at their peak, they bring you up with them, right? You can't get Jason in 2025. Jason is too expensive, right? FaZe can barely afford Jason in 2025. Jason has like outgrown the FaZe clan in general, right? So if you're looking to get Jason 2025 or Cinna 2025, like you're not really gonna, you can't afford it, right? You want to lock a streamer who's on the path upwards into, you know, into like a 360 contract, so they're forced to stick with you, and then they pull you up when their growth. Is that what OTK did with Extra Emily? Yeah, I think so. Kai was one of the smallest streamers when he when he joined AMP2. I'll take your word for it, Chatter. You talk like you know what you're talking about. Kitty is good at that, but she only used these people for musicals and stuff. There's a cool game I just learned about called Among Us. I don't know, just throwing some ideas out. Maybe they can recruit some people through that. That's funny.
I wasn't really part of OTK when Kobe was in it. I feel like we joined and then she graduated. Like I don't think I was around for that.
I was around for like 8 months.
I don't remember being in many videos with her.
That's good. You're now with beefing.
Really?
Yeah, we've been beefing since day one.
Day one?
Yeah. I told you, you were mentioning Joe Rogan. Wait,
But I will be a compass.
Joe Rogan? I'm gonna ask you guys try stealing Extra Emily from OTK. She's seen that. Bro, Extra Emily's not with OTK anymore. She's with AMP. Keep up. You got mentioned in his podcast. Really? What do you think?
Oh, so he did mean black. He did mean black. Confirmed. I felt the sweet spot. If a streamer wants to go full time, it's like right there. You pay them a salary. You get them 70% of their subs. 30% goes to the org as compensation for the salary contract. That's so abusive. But like, I don't know what these contracts look like, but maybe. Like, at that point, a streamer gets like 70% of 70%. You know what I mean? Because Twitch already takes 70%. You ain't getting no money from your subs.
But you just saw the OTV video where they're like, oh, you're
How many people else we saw actually?
He mentioned there's the 5 streamers.
No, fucking chance he talked about. Oh my god.
There's 5 streamers.
That's the calculation, right? Somebody who's at 5K viewers don't need an org. Not really. Right? Somebody at 100 viewers will do nothing. They need an org, but they won't do anything for the org. Unless they have like specifically like unique content or something like that. Right? And so there's a line. I don't know if that line is like 1,000 viewers. I don't know if that line is 2,000 viewers. But somewhere in this line, right, is where you need to grab talent from. Because they're both cheap, but also on the rise. Right? But I don't know. I'm not the person making these decisions. My point is if guys making 50K and can't afford to make the leap and break through without an org, pay them 100K guarantee for 2 years, 80%. That's 20% is compensation.
They talked about Joe Rogan, Tyson, Cinna, Sketch, I Show Speed, and Toast. I forgot it.
You know ball. That's actually...
I never reacted to that clip on stream.
Hey, that's a sick ass list to be included in.
I'm excited to live in a place that has snow. I just want to like live like just see it and experience it.
I literally cannot wait for all first seasons again.
And all fucking be down to shovel snow for us. Because I've never done it.
Okay.
It's not fun.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's pouring really fast. The way I'm looking at Seattle is basically like, I haven't lived there in my adult life.
Wait, is Michigan actually coming to LA? That's what
I think it's okay. But I want to just go back and try living in Seattle. And I think there are things that are tying me down to LA. That I'm like, well, I don't think any. Yeah, it's time to go. So I'm just gonna try out here in Seattle. And if I don't like it, I'll figure it out.
Worst case scenario, we all just meet in Milgram and go San Jose.
Like, look, yeah. We should just do this. This is nice.
Don't say Sean and Miss
Yeah. I think we should do a sleepover.
Yeah, we sleep on stream.
Yeah.
Till the morning.
I wish we had our old house because that movie room was pretty lit. Maybe we just have faith it has to be more for a day.
And they sleep over with us.
No, we just switch houses for a day. Guys, I don't live in Washington yet. What?
I mean, to be fair, this is like
wait, that is how bad we are collaborating on stream. You don't know that living in the current OTV house in California.
It's never too late.
It's never too late, Samira.
Yeah. Like Jody as the captain.
I'm captain of this motherfucking boat. I don't know where we're going though.
I'm the boat.
Yeah, honestly, this is a normal situation of, as I said, captain or ship with no captain, right? Because it used to be Toast. Toast used to be the captain. Toast used to be the guy who like organized the lobbies, did the Among Us stuff. Like he was the like not the like the CEO or the whatever, but he was like the face of OTK. And then Toast like kind of took a step back and nothing really happened. There was still like production done. Like there were still shoots that were done. Right? But like outside of wherever it's at. Outside of like this, There wasn't really anything that like kind of jumped out. I'm late with a combo. If anyone is unaware, none of the OTK members make money from being in the org / making OTV content, which kind of explains why it's not like first priority if that's the case. You know what I mean? Like, why would you prioritize making OTV group content when you can stream on your own and make money? Especially because like being in an org has the boost of when you like first join, but like years down the line, it doesn't really do much for you unless the org itself gets in like, you know, gets in the news, gets attention, right? So like Yvonne joining OT or offline TV, right? Good boost as when she first joins. But like once you're known as like the person in offline TV, then like it doesn't really do much for you outside of that, you know? Unless you're bringing in a new audience. And that's what new talent's supposed to do. That's why you need to cycle through talent. And what is the sweet spot for orgs anymore? Like, is 100 Thieves Compound making bank lately? I mean, they're freaking, what's it called? Esports stuff, but like their content stuff, not necessarily. Oh, wait, we're watching this. Okay, let's just see this.
Bruh, what's going on, Twitch chat? Yo, today I'm going to be showing you our new Los Angeles headquarters where we're streaming out Among Us content 24/7.
What we're going to do is elevate all
the sub since the content got collab. You're extremely well spoken. Keep up the good work. Thank you, chatter. I'm glad to hear something from positive from that collab instead of people just being like, "How dare you do this collab? You're not important and you're irrelevant." But I did go and search your Twitch chat just to tell you this.
facets of our business: content, apparel, and esports.
That's why I gotta move in here, so I can elevate my content.
And that's why I'm so excited.
I gotta move in.
No, I don't know where this is.
Here, so I can elevate my content.
And that's why I'm so excited to welcome you all to the 100 Thieves Cash App compound.
Wait a minute, is it 100 Thieves or Cash App? Which organization gets all the money that I would make?
Let's go take a look. Off.
This place fucking sucks. Twitch chat is gonna go next to the logo, and I'm gonna put like a human here. And where's my soda?
All right, thank you.
Wait, I gotta move in here now.
Moving on, we're here at the Rocket Mortgage League of Legends training room.
Ow, wow. The Rocket League practice room? I could go in there and start practicing Blitzcrank. I could come back to League.
This year, Rocket Mortgage gave us the opportunity to elevate.
Donkey should not come back to League. You know what happened last time?
Our teamwork and our chemistry by having the players in-house at the 100 Thieves Cash App compound every single day. Let's go say hello.
They're all gone. What does a mortgage company have to do with League of Legends?
Someday, you have no idea how many hot dogs I'm gonna get you this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. Now we're moving on to the boardroom. This is where the best and brightest at 100 Thieves talk about how we're gonna elevate this company day in and day out. What are you guys up to? Hello.
We're discussing, shutting this building down. Kind of a pointless expense. Doesn't really make any sense to have this building here.
Let's keep it moving. I've been creating content for about 10 years, and I promise you the tech and capabilities that this room has is going to allow us to elevate our content to new heights never seen before in gaming.
I have to cut my fingernails. I mean, what are you mainly uploading right now besides, like, I'm sure you're playing Among Us.
Among Us is #1, and then...
Now we move on to the streaming studios where the biggest creators in the entire world can do what they do best in a home away from home here at the 100 Thieves Cash App compound. Let's take a look inside streaming studio #1. Brooke!
Help me. It's like hard to breathe in here. It's like jail in here.
That's music to my ears. I got the rest of the tour to do.
All right.
How you like the room?
That's amazing. It's got everything I need to make money.
This is Voldemort.
Gigs? Whoa! Who's Gigs? I will take that down. Gigs.
That's a famous Fortnite player.
This is the 100 Thieves Totino's Fortnite training room.
Did this man just say this is the Totino's Fortnite training room?
We have some of the best players in the world that are going to be training here every single day in the Totino's Fortnite training room.
Check out our Totino's Chipotle room. This is lit. Fortnite, Among Us, Pogger room.
Content, esports, Cash App, content, Cash App, money, personal ATMs, trying to make money, League of Legends, Totino's Fortnite training room.
Totino's Fortnite training room.
Cash App, content, spreadsheets, create content, business, Cash App 2020.
People in Los Angeles creep me out.
That's so funny. So yeah, honestly, I don't know. I think the streaming landscape is in an interesting space where we are in like a transition period, and I don't know what's gonna happen to it. What's your streaming dungeon-sized basement where you lock up random streamers, get your money up, bro? True. I never considered it. Get my money up, not my funny. Lock up random streamers in the basements. Osnock style. Yeah, what else? What more is there to say? About Will left OTK like 2 months ago? No. He thought about leaving. He just left yesterday. We talked about a lot, but do I think these organizations are going to actually do anything to like grow or like bring in new talent? Not really, honestly. There's just not as much money as there used to be. You know what I mean? In the situation. Okay, I'll let this hit. But yeah, we covered Will leaving OTK. We covered what that means for the organization. And in conclusion, with OTK stuff, we'll end off with this.
On Twitch. He has over 5 million subscribers and streams every day to over 100,000 people, except on Mondays and Fridays. Ladies and gentlemen, Osmond Gold! Come in here, you son of a... Get the fuck out! How the fuck do you have a girlfriend?
Gun to the back of your head, name 5 DDG songs.
He is one of the most well-known streamers on Twitch.
What y'all talking about, bro? You're dying. You're
Pretty
literally dying.
good.
You're dead. On God, you're dead.
Yeah,
I said
wait.
certified freak. 7 days a week.
All right, you've lost your privileges,
Wet-ass
chat.
P-word. Make that pull-out game weak.
You've lost your privileges. No more. See the video of him bragging about not showering for a month? No, I saw a video of him not wearing deodorant. That's what I saw. What's bad? Oh, we have to oh, I'm freaking dying. You have to talk about Ethan. Or do we? Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Out. I don't know. What is there? to talk about Ethan. Not really. He's just harassing more people. There's not really much else to say. We can go into the intricacies of him harassing people. I guess we could. But like, let's go to the story. Still, you care too much about Ethan. It's the same thing. Y'all are keeping Ethan more alive than he probably deserves. Cause like, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Oh no. Oh no. Scott Everett added me to the list of the dumbest motherfuckers. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Wait, there's 97 people here. Who's on here? Let me see. Libs of TikTok is on here, sure. Denims is on here. The Surfs is on here. Mike from PA is on here. Alyssa McCanty is on here. Hassan is on here. Jank is on here. Taylor Lorenz is on here. Eric Adams is on here. Justin Trudeau is on here. That's pretty funny list of people. Da-da-da-dun-dun. Yeah, I can't do the Ethan Klein. So here, I'll look at his story just to see what he's doing. But like, I can't bring myself to care really. Him going after Syra. After a lot of thought and research, I've terminated my contract with Gamersubs. Don't want to move forward with a company that are partnered with Ethan Klein. I know it's difficult these days to find brands that don't have problematic entanglements, but it is what it is. And then he responds, this woman is a Twitch streamer. Man, may I suggest starting with Amazon? They're at the top of the BDS list, but that might actually require you to sacrifice something. Never mind. I heard Hassan is actually considering going to Gaza. Like, this is like, wait, what do you say to this? This person was just like, I don't want to be associated with Ethan Klein. And Ethan's like, you don't care about Palestinians. Who said that this decision that she makes has anything to do with like Palestinians and not just, you're just an insane person? Like, unless you are diametrically opposed to Palestinians, like just think about it for a second. Think about it for a second. What in this implies anything about protesting Ethan Klein because of his stance on Israel-Palestine? And why is that what his mind went to? Unless he does view himself as diametrically opposed to Palestinian liberation. And because he views himself as diametrically opposed to Palestinian liberation, he views anybody that is against him as for Palestinian liberation, and that makes him mad. Why does Ethan care? Does he own Gamersubs? No. He's just like, oh, this lefty is breaking BDS by being on. He has nothing. He has nothing here. He's grasping for literal straws. Like, he's wrong on numerous fronts. Amazon is not at the top of the BDS list. The BDS list does not have tops. It's not like a ranking order. Right? He's like, oh, don't you know that BDS, like, Amazon is actually number 2 on the BDS list. It's not an actual, like, it's not an ordered list. He drinks Coke on his every day on his podcast because he doesn't care. He's cynically weaponizing BDS by being like, oh, you claim to care about Palestinians and BDS, yet you stream on Amazon. And it's so funny because this doesn't work because this person never made that claim. This person never made that claim in this tweet. Just never did. So like he seems like a crazy person because he is a crazy person. Because like, why is he talking about BDS? It doesn't even make any sense. Said nothing. Said nothing, so it's Hassan. Said nothing, so it's BDS. But yeah. Nothing about BDS or about Palestine. But yeah. It's literally out of nowhere. Because he's projecting. That's what he's doing. He thinks anybody who is against him is on the opposite side of the issue that he's on. And because he's pro-Israel, he sees that person as being pro-Palestine. And then he projects on that person about like, oh, you fake socialists not doing BDS. Right? Fake socialists not doing BDS by streaming on Twitch. Even though Amazon, which does own Twitch, is not a boycott target. It doesn't matter because Ethan Klein doesn't care about BDS. He doesn't abide by BDS. He doesn't know about BDS, right? So it's stupid to even bring up. But Amazon is not a boycott target. We looked at it last week when he said the same thing about Hassan. It is a pressure target. That's it. And there's a difference. I know Ethan Klein is stupid and doesn't understand the difference, but there is a difference. Let me just virtual signal about Ethan Klein, the biggest threat to Palestinian liberation and the easiest way to farm online clout. Like, she never brought up Ethan Klein being a threat to Palestinian liberation. Pure projection. I never heard of Asira. Did you have any connection to Hassan? No, none. She's like left wing in her politics, but she's not a political creator. She doesn't talk about Hassan. The most overlap that's there is that one of the Hassan mods, Fizz, thirsts over Syra all the time on Twitter. That's it. That's it. That's the only connection between Hassan and Syra. That's really it. And so why does he think that this tweet is coming because of his thoughts on Palestine? Genuinely. Why does he think that this tweet is about his thoughts on Palestine? He's purely projecting. Purely projecting. Because he knows his take on Palestine is bad. Yeah, it could be about his comments about women. Could be his comments about, like, Arab people in general. Could be his comments about freaking, or his blackface in the past. His flagrant slur usage, right? Could be his extended crash out and harassing smaller creators. There's a number of different things it could be about. But no, he's like, you must hate me because of my stance on Palestine, which nobody brought up in this situation. We're on here bravely praying for you that Daddy Hassan notices this. So you can share an ice cold Dr. Pepper together, owned by Zionists on the BDS list, drank daily by Hassan. Like, what do you do to these people? You know, what do you do about this? Like, insane. And then he posted this, which, low-hanging fruit. We're gonna skip past it. And he posted about Anissa, of course. And then he posted the same tweet again. At least he spelled virtue correctly this time. Make material change and donate commission to Palestinian Relief Fund. No. Virtue signal on Twitter. Yes. And so now he's like, oh, you're a fake Palestinian supporter, right? You're a fake Palestinian supporter because you didn't keep the gamer subs commission to then donate that to the PCRF. It's so confusing. It's so confusing. And then he said, going live about the Ida situation keeps getting worse. Right? And then he keeps posting about Anissa, because of course he does. That's the joke, bozo. Who's dressing you? The joke is that I look ugly. You know what I mean? I too make jokes about being ugly. Man, you're owning them. Like, bro shit his pants and people are like, oh, you stink. He's like, that's the joke, bozo. That's the joke. Checkmate, liberals. Now you get to smell my shit. I may have went poopy in my diaper, but now you have to smell it. So that's the joke. Okay. Okay. Like, sure, he's really owning us, right? He's really owning us by dressing like he waltzed into his creeper father's closet and stole his blazers. You know what I mean? Man, we're so owned. I feel like people are still missing how bad this is. The event was structured to donate $0 to charity. The only money going to charity would need to be directly donated for the Testify campaign, which is a completely separate entity. 0% of the ticket sales, PVV, concessions, merch, etc. Would go to charity. Is quite literally a 100% for-profit event. That is just false. I mean, honestly, just don't care. Because I mean, they're divested from it anyway. He described the for-profit side, yeah. Which, and the point is, and you know what, I'll get into it, because like this is something that like was addressed in the Creator Class 3 video in the first place, right? In that the reason why they chose to do this model, which is separating the event itself out from the donations, is because when the event is tied to the donations, if the event loses money, no donations go to charity at all, which is exactly what happened to the second Creator Clash, right? The donations to charity and the event's profits were tied together. They were donating a percentage of the profits of the event to charity. And because the event lost money, it didn't make any money, no money went to charity. So separating the charitable side and the event side so that people can donate to the charity so that the money can go to charity regardless, and it's not impacted by whether or not the event made money or didn't make money, right? Makes sense, which is why they're doing it. And currently, $20,000, $200,000 is going to charity regardless, before the event even takes place. The event becomes a fundraising stream. Yeah. Did Ethan literally try to frame donating to Atlantic Castle as donating to Palestine to his audience? Yes, he did. That is a thing that he did do. Yes. Yeah. Also, I do love that even then, like even in a world where like Ethan thought that he was donating to Palestine, he scrounged up 1K. Multi-millionaire scrounged up 1K. He's like, yep, I'll donate 1K here. Right? Multi-millionaire, by the way. He's so cheap. He's extremely cheap when it comes to Palestine. He will drop $10,000 on a throwaway bet, right? And he'll gamble more than that on poker. But when it comes to like donating to Palestine, here's $6,000. Oh, here's $1,000. Right? I have not seen this clip. Ethan encourages Ian and Anissa to take a salary for Creator Clash. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting.
You guys on after the first. We had you guys on after. The first event, though. I said you guys gotta make money. Have you not changed anything since then?
Maybe next year we've talked about taking a salary next year because it is more than a full-time job. I mean,
did you guys not take a salary at all?
No, not last year. This year I don't think we will. I don't know. We haven't. It won't be a big one if we do. It's on par with every other, employee. It's kind of at the top-ish, but I don't know. We got to look at some numbers and stuff before we make a decision on that.
Yeah. Yeah, we just got to figure it out. It's I mean, we're not in any financial trouble. It's just obviously I get to take this, year off, so we'll be fine.
Yeah, we'll just start grinding.
We'll focus on YouTube and other things.
But next year we'll take we're reworking the framework so we, our coworkers are making us take a salary next year, so that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, bro, oh my God. See, you guys say the chat is fucking annoying me right now.
Why?
They go, stop talking about money, Ethan. I was like, what the fuck? You guys aren't interested in money? Like, you act like I'm the only one? Shut the fuck up, chat.
Money.
They're annoying as shit sometimes, too. It's just so you guys know.
I was going to say, it kind of feels like you do, like, I don't know. I feel like you would have a lot of fun talking to like a financial person if you brought like a Graham Stephan or something like that on your pod.
Like that kind of explains is that Ethan was pushing them to take a salary for the event in the first place. Basically states that they didn't take a salary twice and this year is going to be different. They said this to his face. Yeah, but he can just not even he said it to his face. Like, he pushes for that to be the case, right? He's like, y'all need to make money off of this event, right? And also with there's something that Ludwig said in his video talking about this that actually I did agree with. One of the things that I agree with in this entire section is that like charities will oftentimes approach creators and will pay creators to take on a charity event, right? So your favorite creator doing a charity event, right? There is a chance, there's a likelihood that they were paid, right, by the charity itself to promote the event. That's just the case. That's just how things work. Because it would generate more for the charity if no event happened. Yeah. That's the entire point. It's advertising for them. It's a cash or a write-off. That's the cash incentive.
African princess.
That's 9,909 just subscribed.
And it's just funny for me. And again, you can criticize Ian and Anissa if you think like 34% of, I don't know how it broke down. Here, where's it at?
Larger market, it's home to a lot of creators and helped and giving exercises because
it's being moved to
costs
LA?
down. That means we can focus more on what matters, making the show great.
Oh, the event's in LA. Maybe I'll go.
Money for charity at the floor block was to be honest, I think real fight. Step away from Creator Clash. Ian and Anissa have stepped away from Creator Clash in every capacity as stakeholders, event managers, and creatives to give event space to grow under new leadership. They chose to step down to allow CC to separate itself from the ongoing controversy, allowing us to work towards rebuilding trust and refocusing on what the event was always meant to be, something supporting creators, entertain fans, and raise money for a good cause, allowing other partners to remain the same. Dude, low-key, what about a name change? They might need a rebrand, bro. I think there's too much connection with Creator Clash and Ian to really separate it. Do fighters get paid? Yes, each fighter gets a guaranteed purse to help cover training and preparation expenses. In addition, 20% of profits from the event will be split evenly amongst fighters. A further 34% profit share originally allocated to Ian and Anissa is also being redistributed among the fighters following their departure. What's the difference between a profit share and a net profit, chat? Net profit would be income minus costs, right? That's net profit. What's profit share? Is that just the same thing after loss? Isn't that what net is? That's the same thing then. Bro, you know what I mean.
You have to take 34% in the end. It's a sufficient salary. It can be distributed to charity. It's hard guaranteed guarantee the total. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that 34% is too much, right? Like again, I don't think that Ian and Nisa are like immune for criticism. You can believe that 34% is too much, right? And I understand, and I will take that criticism. That's fair, right? But you don't get to make that criticism as the person who is trying to torpedo the event. I don't know, 34% could be like 10K, maybe. I don't know. I do not know. It doesn't necessarily matter, right? They're not taking it anyway, right? They've divested from it. But if that's a critique you want to have, sure, cool, awesome, whatever. But you can't have that critique while you torpedoed the event, right? While you were on a crusade to torpedo the event, is crazy. But also, like this chatter saying taking 34% profit cut and then calling it a charity event is oof. Like this is just not correct, right? The event is completely separate from the charity, right? And this is the problem: is you can't simultaneously have beef with Creator Clash 2 for donating $0 to charity and calling that a scam, but then also get mad at the way that this one is structured, because they are diametrically opposed. It's either, do you want the charity and the event to be tied together, and so if the event fails, the charity gets no money? Or do you want the charity to get money regardless and be separated from the event, right? Separated from the event so that no matter what, if the charity fails or succeeds, the charity still gets money. You can't have it both ways. You can't get mad at both of those. You can't. You cannot get mad at both of those. Those are completely separate things. Here, I will draw it out to further illustrate my point, which is why it's stupid to talk about because they're not even involved in the first place, right? But boom, right? Creator Clash 2, Creator Clash 3, Creator Clash 2, charity. This is the charity event. This is like the charity, and this is the event, right? This is the full amount of money raised. And so if they raised this amount of money, but then spent this amount of money, actually maybe it may be easier to draw it like this. I'll draw like an axis, right? Charity plus event, right? If they raised, we'll just say it's 100%. If they raised this amount of money and then they spent this amount of money, right? They have to eat this cost. This is minus X amount of dollars. They have to eat this cost, and the charity gets nothing, right? And everybody said this is a bad thing. And I think that's a fair critique, right? Everybody called Creator Clash 2 a scam. Everybody called Creator Clash 2 a scam because no money was made from charity. Because the charity event, right, and the charity side of it, the donation to charity, and the event were intrinsically tied. They were giving the charity a percentage of what the event made. And the event didn't make any money, it lost money, which means the charity got nothing. And in order to combat that, for Creator Clash 3, right, they had the charity, and then they split it with the event. And so you could give this money to charity, right? Or the event can make this amount of money. And they are separate, right? They are separate. And so if the event lost money, right? If the costs were more than the event made, they lost like X dollars. All of this money that was made, we'll say Y dollars, would still go to charity, right? They would have to eat the cost for losing the event, but all of this money would still go to charity. right? If the event made money, here, we'll say it's plus X dollars. If the event made money, all of this money here still goes to charity, right? It's still plus Y dollars. And of this amount of money that was made, profited from the event, according to the contracted language that's on the website, right? Of this money that was made, 34% of it would be allocated to Ian and Nisa. 20% of it would be distributed between the fighters. 20%. And then what happened to the rest, we don't know. I don't know what would happen to the rest, right? Maybe that would go directly back to charity. Right, so the charity is now, plus Y dollars plus whatever this is. That's what's being described here. They're not siphoning off $34 of what's going to charity, right? And taking that from them. That's just not the case. You can say that pocketing 34% of the profits for the event is too much. You can have that take. That is fine. You could also say that you think that that's fine. That is also fine, right? But they're not stealing $34 of the charity event. They separated out the charity and the event itself from each other so that they don't have a repeat of Creator Clash 2. That's what's happening here. And I feel like nobody's telling the truth. This is what's happening. This is what's happening. They're not stealing money from charity. Because y'all fuckers complained about Creator Clash 2 not giving any money to charity, they changed it so that no matter what, money goes to charity anyway. No matter what, money goes to charity. And because of the Hassan stream, this is at least 200K. At least 200K is going to charity. Regardless of what happens for the event, regardless if the event flops and fails or the event makes a bunch of money, no matter what, at least $200,000 is going to charity. Because the charity and the event are separate. I mean, and Anissa are like two people, so it's really 70K each, but I guess they're married, but still. I mean, it doesn't matter. You can still think that that's too much money, right? I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. You can still think that, oh, it should be 10%, right? Oh, it should be 20%. Oh, it should be 5%. Oh, they shouldn't get paid at all. Like, I don't care what you think. That is your own personal prerogative. Right? It's your own personal prerogative for what you decide to do. When you buy a ticket, does part of that go to the charity though? No. When you buy a ticket, that goes to funding the event, right? Ticket sales go here. Yeah, I'll use this color. Ticket sales go here. Freaking like pay-per-view sales go here or whatever up until the event breaks even. And once it breaks even, then this part is what potentially gets redistributed for the fighters. Right? Or to go to Ian and Nisa, or for whatever other cost they have, for where the profit was going. They could have been donating the profits to charity. Right? I don't freaking know where the other profits go. Right? But like, that's what it's for. You paying for the event is you going to the event. I try to put it perfectly, actually, is that the event, the boxing event, is a fundraising stream for the charity, essentially. Right? And like, neither of these are like inherently wrong, by the way. Like, people are going to act like Creator Clash 2 is inherently inferior to Creator Clash 3. Neither of the way that these operate are inherently incorrect. Right? It's not. This could work with the charity event and the event itself being, or charity and the event itself being tied together. This could work potentially, right? They wouldn't have, that means all the ticket sales and all the pay-per-view sales, all that goes into a giant bucket. And at the end, the charity gets a portion of that bucket. And if the event is extremely successful, like it was year one, that would work. They raised $1.3 million for charity year one going through this model, right? Because they made more money than it cost them to put the event on. But so when it works very well. The problem is when it doesn't work, it works very poorly. And for Creator Clash 2, the event cost more money than they brought in, which means nothing went back to charity. Right? So Creator Clash 1 and Creator Clash 2 shows the positives and the negatives of this model of fundraising. You know what I mean? Creator Clash 3 is just a different model of fundraising. Separating the charity out from the event means the event still needs to be funded, right? They still need to fund the event. They can't be like, okay, 50% of all ticket sales and all sales in general go to the charity, because the event still needs to happen, right? And so they have a separate donation space where you can donate to the charity for the event. And the event is just a promoter for the charity. The event succeeding or failing doesn't matter because the event is just promotion for the charity, right? You can not like this model. That's fine. You can say, this model is stupid. I hate this model. Go back to Creator Clash 2 model or whatever. Go back to Creator Clash 1 model. That's fine. That is a fair take for you to have. You can like this model more than this model. Right? But to act like this is like a scam. It's incorrect. It's wrong. You can not like the model. You can think that they're taking too much money, right? But they're not like scamming the charity. This model exists because Creator Clash 2 was a failure. It's not a new thing. A lot of events work that way. They pretend not to understand. Not even just events. When your favorite streamer does a charity event, like, unless they set it up so that, yeah, my event, all the ticket sales from the event or whatever goes to charity, or part of it goes to charity or whatever. Like, they're doing this. They're doing this model, right? If they don't donate their Twitch subs and the Twitch bits or whatever, if they're still getting subs and bits and they're keeping it, they're doing this shit. Right? If they have a separate link that goes to the charity, and then they have a stream that they're doing to promote the charity link, and they're still getting bits and donations and things like that, right? They're doing the same model, the exact same thing. The exact same thing, essentially. Like, people are being critical of the charity structure that's like just changed hands anyway. Yes. Yes. Again, I think it's fair and valid for you to be like, oh, they're taking too big of a cut. Sure. That's you can have that take, I guess. The event hasn't happened yet, and as the chatter was saying, you don't know what a 34% cut will come out to. Right? The event could make $1. The event could make literally a single dollar. Right? Ian and Anissa would get 34 cents. Right? The fighters, yeah, would all split 20 cents. right? On top of the guaranteed purse that they get. Right? So the fighters may be getting like freaking 20K each. I don't know. Just a number making up. They may be getting 20K each, but then they would each get like 2 cents. They would make 20K and 2 cents. Ian and Anissa would net 34 cents. Right? We just don't know. Because the event has not happened. I mean, they won't get anything anymore because like they've divested from it. But like if they were to continue going on with it, right, it would be, 34% of what it is. And then the fighters would get a split 20% of the profits as well. And so if the event broke even, right, if Creator Class 3 broke even, Ian and Anissa get nothing. The fighters still get paid, their guaranteed purse, right? The charity still gets paid whatever was raised on the charity side, but Ian and Anissa would get nothing. Right? If the event was insanely successful and netted $10 million profit, Ian and Anissa would get freaking 3.4 million. Fighters would split 20 million. Sorry, 2 million. On top of their guaranteed purse. Right? That's what the conclusion is. That's what the model is. And again, you are allowed to disagree with it. Right? But to sit here and act like they're stealing money is incorrect. It's wrong. It's wrong. This model only came about because Creator Clash 2 didn't make any money. So it's either you want them to go back to the Creator Clash 2 method where potentially charity gets no money, or you just don't want them to not do the event at all. You want no money to go to charity. I personally think that this is better than whatever this was. If it was my event, I would split net profits based on a percentage up to a cap and then donate the rest. So if the event was super profitable, even more money goes to charity. I mean, yeah, we can litigate that in an imaginary world. Like I agree with you. That would be better, right? It doesn't matter anymore because like they've divested from it. So now they're not taking anything. So now the fighters are splitting 54%. I think the complainers don't care whether any money goes to charity. They just don't like the idea of Ian and Anissa getting any money. Yeah, and that's true. But like, you can't call it a scam because then you have to criticize every charity event. Kind of reason me that people are looking for some reason to get critical over a charity event, but also don't have any understanding of the practical reality of charity events and fundraising in this age of capitalism. Yeah, it's more just like they don't like Ian and Anissa, and they want the thing that they're doing to fail, and they're criticizing it in a way that they can take the moral high ground. That's it. Like, Ethan pushed for this event to fail, right? Ethan pushed for this event to fail. He did. He pushed for this event to fail. And so now he can take this moral high ground and be like, oh, I would never take 34% of the profits for the event. That would be crazy for me to do so. So he can simultaneously take down his event, tear down Ian and Anissa, while posturing as like the most moral person, even though it's his fault the charity event is failing in the first place. While also taking credit for the $200,000 raised by Hassan. Like I have thoughts. And I can't say my thoughts because I will get banned on Twitch, but I have thoughts about this person. I think I've seen Ethan do a single fundraiser in his entire career. No, I'm sure he has. He fundraised for Palestine by giving money to the Atlantic Council. Chad, don't you know? Don't you know? Someone's right when he said that Ethan got away with this for a long time, but now he's going after important causes. Yeah. It's just dumb. It's just dumb. It's just dumb. It's just dumb. And again, what pisses me off, right, is that like people who are criticizing this event were radio silent about Ethan Klein trying to torpedo it. That's what's upsetting, right? That's what's crazy. Like, the event itself just... Can somebody send me the fundraiser that Ethan Klein did? I just had a thought, sorry. Dutch, thank you for the prime, by the way. I don't know if I said that. Just I'm curious about something. If y'all can find it. If not, it's fine. But yeah, it's just it's in frustration. You know? It's in a frustration period. It's frustrating. Okay, do you have a link to their stream? When was this? Like, when was this? Also, did Ethan stop restreaming or restreaming the content nuke on Twitch? Oh, is this it?
When it's like upside down.
Welcome everybody to the second annual H3.
I have a problem because I keep clicking on like Tectone links just to see him cry and cope and seethe, which means I get more Tectone links.
Still up,
right?
Lakari, no way he.
I have to stop clicking on them. Question that I had, which I was asking this, is that did he, number one, did he collect memberships during the stream, and number two, did he give those memberships to the charity afterwards? Right? I'm not watching 8 hours stream to find out. I'm just curious.
Podcast Live Bonanza.
Yeah.
With Alex Hirsch, bring you and charity together. Welcome. Wow. There's so much to get to. We have a freaking bonanza here. Let's do Serenify and a URL. It's in the description. We have got
prize parade.
$1 is one raffle ticket. I'm having flashback to last year at times.
They don't have anime.
You do not need to donate multiple times. Equals one.
So the more you donate, technically win the prize.
Technically, yeah.
Yeah, but
absolutely.
so you could be a hero.
You're not
who
as
donates
likely
$1.
to.
Yeah, you're gonna have
Possible though.
But
I'm hoping one of our prizes goes to somebody who donated a single dollar. Just
I think that happened last.
There was one person that won a big boy. Lucky winner. That one, like the source of the lint to kind of continue.
What I do, but
no, Ethan just like texted like somebody else will get.
Last year we had one spray.
Feel spray. Yeah, you know,
the years grow. Coming up with all these things. I was like, balls with that.
We form of he's gonna be puking today. So we have 4 milestones that we can cut up.
What do we little
got the wrench to be hitting these milestones. Let me tell you what you can win if you
on your face. Like I have
doesn't sound like our first
yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So you can draw on us. You can buy you
no.
For our,
I just want to know
you,
if he said that the proceeds from the membership during this stream will also go to the charity, right? Because that's the exact same thing he's criticizing here, right? 0% of his memberships were going to charity. I don't think he had memberships at this time. Well, I don't know. Ad revenue from the stream, things like that, right? The point that I'm making is that all charity streams operate like this. All of them do. If you run a charity stream and you have ad revenue and you don't give that ad revenue back to the charity as well, you're doing the same thing that Creator Class 3 is doing, right? If you collect subs and you're not giving all the subs you got during that time to, which some people do that, right? Some people do give the subs and the ad revenue and things of that nature to the charity after the stream is over. I did a charity stream, I think it was like a year and a half ago for the American Heart Association. And I did that. I took all of the subs that I got during the stream and I myself gave Twitch cut amount, like the full amount to the charity after the event was over, right? Some people do that. I think that's a good thing that people do, right? But it's not like necessary to be like have like a moral charity event. You feel me? And so if you've ever done a charity event where you have pocketed the ad revenue from that event, right? Or the subs or the bits from that event, you're doing the same thing that you're criticizing Ian and Anissa for. If you've ever gotten paid by a charity to do a charity event, same thing, right? It's something that Ludwig talks about in this video as well. Oh, I mean, do 20. Here.
If you look, people I don't, even if you raise money along recently, many successful charities understand that it's a business and things need to be able to operate not just one time, but consistently many times. And the only way to do that is if it doesn't burn a bunch of money along the way. So if you're doing an annual event, you lose $100,000 doing it. Even if you raise $50 million for charity, you can't do that forever because you're losing money. Money has to come from somewhere. What people I don't think realize is sometimes that gets a little dirty. Like if you look, I've been offered from charities. They'll offer you like $20K. They'll pay you to run an event in exchange.
Correction, they will not offer you $20K. They offer Ludwig $20K. They will offer you some money sometimes, right? You ain't getting $20K for it.
To raise money, hoping to hit an expectation of return. The return varies. But like, let's say charity wants to raise money. They give you $20K to raise them $40K. And so maybe you're thinking, well, that sucks because you're taking the money from the charity. It's like the net benefit for the charity outweighs their initial costs. This has happened on Twitch for years now, right? This was a whole thing with OTK did like 100 charity events. Yeah, Gamers Outreach would pay creators like literally a stipend just to do a charity stream and also give them money via items to give away, which would in turn generate more revenue. So they'd pay a streamer to do a charity stream, and then the streamer would get their viewers to raise money for that charity. The streamer is not a virtuous person.
And in that regard, for the charity, that is a write-off. They can write off the money that they pay a streamer to do the charity event. Right? So it's twofold. So they technically, like, in a situation where they give someone 20K and they make 40K, they technically netted an extra $20,000 for charity. But actually, it's, if you include the tax write-off, it's $60,000 because the money comes down from somewhere else and then it goes up. You know what I mean? Because like they write off the 20K and then they make 40K. But actual charity is not a write-off because they don't pay taxes in the first. Oh, sorry, you're correct. Yeah, it's a part of the overhead costs. Yeah, it's a part. It's all a part of like the calculus, if you will. The calculus. So it's like you're not paying taxes on your expenses, but it's accounting shit essentially.
Circumstance,
which is
but
most things.
It's also not a bad play by the charity.
It's part of their operating / overhead costs. Yeah,
the charity's paying the streamer 5 figures to make
Ian
6.
Would have paid taxes on 34% or whatever. But still, besides the point, yes, in this model, Ian would have to pay because this would be revenue technically, right? This would not be like charitable expenses that he's receiving. Ian and Asa would have to pay taxes on that specifically. Even if they get it, they have to pay taxes, and then if they choose to give it away to like charity, they would have to. That would be a write-off of stuff. This still comes out in the taxes, right?
Figures back in charity. They're happy with the arrangement sometimes. Now, not everybody does it like this. Some people will spend their own money to do charity things. The drawback is sometimes they don't do it consistently. Dog, Connor, a boy, he raises as much money as any other streamer on the platform. Doesn't make any money from doing it. I mean, like he makes money from the AdSense of the Cyclothon and streaming and whatever, that stuff, sure. But he's not getting paid.
Yeah, that's the point though, right? That's the point though, is that that's a perfect example, right? The Cyclothon, where like Connor is still running ads, people still subscribe to him, he still gets that money, right? Should Connor not get that money? Right? Base Dog, it is Base Dog, right? But I think Connor should get that money, right? Because he's doing but yeah, it's a collab with a charity. He's doing an event where people can then, that event is promotion for people to then go and to the charity link and give money to the charity. But nobody's yelling at Connor for doing the same exact shit that Creator Clash is doing. It's literally no different. It's no different. Connor is putting on an event, and because he's putting on an event, he can get sponsors or whatever, but if the event costs more money, right? If the event costs, I'm sorry, that's my face. If the event costs more money than he's bringing in, like if this wasn't positive, if this was instead like negative here, he would have to eat the cost. Right? But if he makes money, like if his subs increase, if the AdSense money exceeds the cost of what he spent for the event, he pockets that money. And I think he should. I think that that is fine. Right? You're never going to find 100% altruistic person that is willing to lose thousands of dollars in order to just give all of that to charity, right? There has to be some incentive for the creators in order to do so, right? Just a little bit, a tiny bit. Like expecting Connor to be like, oh, well, you're doing this event for charity, you raise millions of dollars for charity. Fuck you, give them all of your AdSense for the charity streams too. and give them all of your subs for the charity streams too. But nobody's expecting that of Connor. Right? He might do that. Again, I don't know. He might do that. But if you were a streamer who is doing a charity event, right? And you have a Tiltify link and you're keeping the subs and you're keeping the AdSense, you're actually worse than Ian and Anissa are. No joke. If you are a streamer who is doing a charity event and you're keeping 100% of the profits from the event, your stream, you're doing worse than Ian and Anissa are. Because you're keeping 100%. You're keeping all of the subs and all of the bits that come out of your stream. Right? And if it costs you essentially $0, because you're sitting behind your camera doing the event, right? And you're pocketing that 100%. But then you turn around and you get mad at Ian and Anissa for taking 34% of the profits of the event that is separate from the charity stream. It's people looking at stuff that does happen, but people that they hate are doing things that are normal, and they're like, I think that's bad. I hate Hassan and he's eating food. How dare he eat food? You know what I mean? Which is funny because people have gotten mad at Hassan for doing that.
Paid by the IDF to raise money for the IDF. In fact, he loses a lot of money when he runs the charity auction stream. Now, somebody in chat just said that's the right way to do it. But ask yourself this. He's not doing the charity auction stream this year. Why? Part of it's the work, but another part of it is also he just can't stand to lose that much money every year running an event to raise money for a charity. It just doesn't make sense financially to do it. I think it's more complex than people give it credit for, and I think if you leave with the interpretation that it's, this is the right way to do it, you can only do it if you're, morally just, and you must be a morally just person to raise money for charity. I think the charities are the ones who lose in that outcome. Connor is still goated, by the way, but I think I'm more amenable to the end result being charities get more money, even if along the way that means like some fuck off streamers making money too.
Every dollar that is raised for charity through this event will be going straight to charity. The event will be funded by ticket sales, it will be funded by pay-per-view sales, and the fighters will be receiving a cut of that revenue.
They need to disclose that they're being paid. I hella agree. I agree with that 1000%. And I think that's just a US law. But anyway, I think the first two creator clashes, they just did a simple profit loss and they gave a percent.
Thunder, thank you for the 13-month resubscription. Cancel Connor.
Of profits to charity. Now they're just doing a stream with a charity link attached to it. So basically like Fast 50. So Fast 50, the business model of the event is irrelevant to the amount raised because the amount raised is from the charity fundraiser, from people donating to the charity directly, which I think is better low key. Like, I don't think there should be an in between people and donating to charity. They said it'd be pay-per-view. I thought they just said pay-per-view would cover the cost of the events and the fighters. I'm almost assured they just said that. If I rewind it, I think they would say that too. Either your media literacy is at an all-time low or mine. I'm right. You got to work on yourself then. I look at his shirt and I see W eat. That's the letter N. Never mind.
Some mistakes.
My media literacy.
It's just supposed to be a fun boxing event for charity, and that's really what it should be. And
It's
that's
such
really
a good
what it's
mission
gonna be.
statement, and it's such a bummer that it ever got away from that. It seems so silly that it ever got away from that because it's so clear what the event is supposed to be.
People are already punching each other in the face. You don't need other
Why not do it for charity? I mean, that's so true. Like, it's,
I mean, yeah, that's hella true. I don't know how feasible that is. I don't know how feasible that is, man. I think I'm excited for the event. I want to watch it. I like the people in it. I want to watch them punch each other in the face. But I think the idea that they can save Creator Clash 3's branding from this is going to be tough. But if it were to
what
be
is
saved,
this? You know what I mean? Like, literally said the correct stuff for this last 2 minutes we've been watching. But like, what is like this? It's like Ian stepping down. Like what caused him to step? I feel like it's an important part of the story. Like, I feel like it's an important part of the story.
I think they're doing everything right. I don't think they're doing anything wrong right now.
So he has a bias for Ethan. No, he has a bias against getting involved. Ludwig does not have a bias for Ethan. Ludwig has a bias against involving himself in things that he thinks can tarnish his brand image. That's what the bias is. Just for clarity, why did Creator Class 3 fail? Creator Class 3 hasn't happened yet. Right? So it didn't fail. It is failing because of Ethan's and others, like the right-wing Nazi people's crusade to take him down or whatever, take down Ian and Anissa, right? But it hasn't failed. It is successful. Like legitimately, before it even started, it is successful. 200K was raised before the event even happened. Is an event built around content creators? Why is it suddenly a problem that iDubbbz created the exact type of content he's known for making? Him making that content is the reason why people wasn't the positive to create the event. The problem is that he didn't capitulate to the pro-genocide propagandist misinformation campaign. Yes. From like Ludwig's perspective, I think Ludwig would say the problem is that he responded anyway. I've seen chatters saying that like, oh, he's the creator of the event. He should have just not said anything. It's your job and your responsibility to make your event do good. So therefore, it's your fault that Nazis are trying to tarnish your reputation. You know what I mean? And so people's response is just like, oh, just don't respond to them. Don't reply to them. Right? And they see Ian making the content cop as the genesis of this all going wrong. Right? Because they are ignorant of the harassment that Ian has faced. It's like, there's a video that I see on Twitter that circles every now and then about a it's in high school, and this white like young white girl rocks up on these two other girls. One is a hijabi Muslim, one is a black girl, and is like, you know, talking shit, you know, getting in her face, pushing her, you know, nobody's saying anything. Hits her, right? The black girl gets up, starts beating her ass, right? Just bow, 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 bow. Then everybody's like, no, get off of her. No, get up. No, get off of her. Stop hitting her. And the teacher gets involved and is pulling him off. Stop, 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 right? Nobody got involved when the white girl was beating up you know, the Muslim little girl, but like only when the response happens, right? When the response happens, everybody's like, oh no, that's crazy. That's what's happening here. That is what's happening here, right? Ethan is like just beating people up, just going around punching people, beating people up. Radio silence. Both the girls being beaten when that happened, like a long time ago. Okay, I don't know. I guess she thought a hijabi Muslim. Did I just make that part of the story up? Maybe I did. Maybe I'm mixing up two different fights, right? No, I was right. She is Muslim. No, I was correct. No, I was literally correct. My memory is immaculate. What? This was off the dome. A Muslim student was being bullied at her school without intervention until a black teenager stepped in. This further prompted the teacher to step in. This is like a very, very famous fight that happened. Right? I don't think I got it. I'm going to turn it up so you can hear. People are laughing. People in the back are just watching, doing nothing. Listen. Listen, right? You hear that laughter? Watch what happens. And the teacher just kind of spawns out of nowhere. Where were you at? Where were you at, lady? You know how a teacher just spawns out of nowhere? 15 seconds. 15 seconds of someone bullying and beating up like a Muslim child, a little girl. And the black girl gets involved, right? At 15 seconds, right? Let's see. 15 seconds of direct harassment. Let's see how long, with nothing. Nothing. Right? Kids were laughing. Everybody was sitting back doing nothing while this was happening. Let's see how long it takes for the teacher to get involved and for people to call for them to stop. Five seconds. It took 5 seconds for the teacher to get involved. Now it's not okay. Now it's an issue. Now it's a problem. Right? I'm not going to show the rest of it. It's not particularly relevant to see this white girl get beat up. Right? Also, another white girl stops, looks around the direction the teacher coming from, and then keeps going. This is a great way to explain America. Right, and then you hear people calling for stopping, like, wow, that's crazy. The same people who were laughing are now gasping. Right? Are now gasping. And that is exactly what's happening here. That is exactly what's happening here. Right? Ethan is harassing people. Going out of his way to harass people. His own admission, trying to torpedo this charity event. He wants it to fail, forcing his employee, right, to pull out of it. Right? Ian responds. Not even starts to beat him up, right? This would be like if Ian just kind of got in between the two people. Ian responds. Ian responds to the harassment that Ethan is throwing his way. And now everybody's like, whoa, no, stop, don't do it, no. Look at what you did. You've now broken your charity event. You should have just let that Muslim little girl get beat up. And nobody wants to talk about what happened the first 15 seconds. Even going out of his way. Going out of his way to harass, to dox, to tarnish people's reputation, deplatform pro-Palestinian voices, and nobody wants to fucking touch him. Nobody wants to touch him. When Ian, being one of the only large creators to take a stand for these smaller streamers who are being deplatformed and address Ethan Klein's behavior, now the gasps come. Now everybody else who was radio silent on Ethan's harassment has a take about what Ian should or should not have done to speak out and to support, right, the smaller streamers here. And it's disgusting. It's gross. And it frustrates me. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. Because people still don't want to talk about it. They want to talk about how badly Ian fumbled the charity event and how bad Creator Clash is messed up and how, oh, they got to change their name now. They got super messed up. instead of like, you know, the creators who have been harassed. And to a certain extent, I understand why. To a certain extent, I understand why they don't want to be involved. Like, Taylor Lorenz got pulled into this by just being like, yo, Ethan Klein's gone a crazy mode. Journalists. Random Twitch streamers who dare make a tweet with Ethan Klein's name in it get pulled into it. I understand. Unless now I don't see it on Lud's channel. No, it's on his like new clips channel. It's on Ludwin. Right? But yeah, then don't comment at all. That's my point. That's my point. And it's frustrating.
Being incredibly transparent on the financials, the situation.
MAGA Mail. I think this is the MAGA Mail channel. I'm being real. I typed in MAGA Mail. Nope, actually, there's a separate Mocha Mail channel. No, I respect that. Nope, it's still there. This is a different channel.
How they got here, who owns it. So I don't think they're doing anything wrong. They offered refunds to anybody who bought pay-per-view ticket. They're automatically giving refunds to anyone who got in-person seating in the Florida venue. Denying refunds a few days ago is pretty shit. I didn't know about that, but they've already resolved that in a few days. So I guess like if they denied refunds and then people were like, why the fuck are you denying me your refunds? And then they fixed it, that's still a good thing.
Yeah, I've encouraged like a bunch of people I know to start boxing too, because it's like such good, like, you know, total body fitness. But as said,
Boxing
it's also
is
really,
tough.
really hard. So we have to give a shout out right now.
Is different. It's for stream clips. Mocha Mail is recorded offline.
To the fighters who are training
Really
right
give the
now.
prime. 4 months, much appreciated.
Oh, it's like a bummer also for them that they like maybe have felt a little awkward recently about promoting the event or talking about it, and we want like everyone to like get back behind them and recognize like how hard they're training and how difficult it is.
Dude, I do feel so bad for people who have, like, I don't know if you understand how hard a boot camp is for boxing, especially when it's your first boxing event, because there's a huge mental battle to getting over the hurdle of being punched in the face and punching someone in the face. And then the physical grind of doing it is like exhausting, you know, adding that on top of your whatever work grind. And now having to extend how long your camp is, right? Your expectations that it's this many months, it's this many months. And then the reason this is all...
He's acting like this was like a natural disaster. He's acting like a hurricane hit Florida and they couldn't do Creator Clash anymore. You know what I mean? And not that this is the response to like a concerted effort and campaign to torpedo the event.
happening in a roundabout way is because fucking YouTube drama. That sucks, bro.
Like, and
That
it's like it's happening because YouTube drama. And not, again, a concerted effort to torpedo the event by Ethan Klein and Nazis online. I feel like that's important. Frankly, he's acting like iDubbbz killed someone. He's acting like iDubbbz doomed the event. That's what he's doing. He's acting like iDubbbz, you know. He's like, yeah, man, I feel bad for the fighters, right? That they are put through this. This was you know, this was above them. It was Ian's fault. I was gonna be say that it's being generous. Maybe he doesn't know, but I guess he does know, and he's just being essentious about it. Yeah, it's kind of victim blaming. No, it is victim blaming, right? Because for some reason, as I said yesterday, nobody's acknowledging the mass harassment campaign that Ian is facing. Ian and Anissa is facing.
You're telling me this shit because of YouTube drama? Damn, man.
But something that
Like,
people
it's
don't
like-
think about.
And as gross, he's just repeating the same shit pedophile Nazi Sam Hyde fans say.
about is they think, oh, you're going in training for an hour or 2 hours or maybe 3 hours out of your day. And they just take that one little time.
Ida's kind of brought it on himself, not gonna lie. Like, or to be honest. Like, what are we talking about?
You're tired as hell after. Because Trevor plays basketball with us, usually. And he started boxing training, and then he started coming to basketball after boxing training. Bro, he looked horrible. Like, no shade to him. He looked like shit. And I know he knows he looked like shit because he left after
Ida's
30.
Frogan, and he doesn't like her. I don't know. But he's always been saying it's cowardice. And again, I understand, like, and this isn't like a surprise. Like, Love was talking about it. Love does not like Frogan, right? But that's fine. But then don't talk about it. You know what I mean? Like, because like Ethan is not just harassing Frogan, right? That's not the case. Ethan harasses everybody, right? Including Ian and Anissa, which then led to the event to be postponed and them to divest from it directly. You don't have to like talk about like Frogan really at all. Ethan harassed Cutie, yeah. Ethan harassed Ludwig himself. Ludwig knows. He knows.
He came to play basketball, left after 30 minutes. He said, I'm tired. And then he left. And usually he's like a bright little spark of sunshine on the courts. He was just so tired, bro.
Remember that time you punched me and I immediately fell to the ground and vomited? I still...
First, I asked the good question. What happened to the content comp? That's a great question. I think that might be a little bit relevant.
Really bad.
The fuck? Damn.
Nah, it's great. Okay, it wasn't your fault.
I don't know how that... you know what? I'll let it pass. Don't say Lud wishes he could do that. No, I don't. I am tired of the sexist allegations. I am not sexist, okay? I don't wish I could punch somebody until they threw up. Like, what are we doing
too? Like, we should talk about, because there was confusion about this last year. Even I was confused about how fighters get paid. The fighters do get paid. It's just to make sure people can do the event.
Yeah.
You can't ask creators to take all that time to box.
Yeah, they should get paid, obviously. Say the number. Well, I don't think they're getting paid a flat number, so they would just be making up a number. I don't think you understand. I think they're getting paid a percentage of pay-per-view sales, which obviously won't be determined until the event's over. When I ran my event, didn't do pay-per-view. So I paid a flat number. I paid like 20K flat for everybody equally. Like final offer, best offer across the board. Everybody got the same amount of money, which in some cases, by the way, doesn't even necessarily cover everything. For some people, they spent more than that on training, on meal preps, on basically everything it took in their camp. It can be very pricey. You know, a personal boxing coach and all that. You know, obviously that was their call. How would you train? Dagestan, 24 hours. Dagestan for boxing? Yeah, I come out in my first boxing match. I'm just grappling.
Compared to IDubs now, I don't think that's necessarily relevant. Was Lud thing even for charity? I don't know. A long time ago he did. I know he does other charity events, but I don't know if this one specifically was for charity, so I'm checking. This might have been just an event, as opposed to a charity event. He has done charity events, but I think this is just an event.
I get kicked out of the fight. It's all right.
Looking at Led's comment section, it is both people who wanted him to tank and the people who actually wanted to know about the harassment campaign are both calling us violent for not explaining why Ian and Nisa had to step down. What's tank? I wanted it to tank. Oh, okay, I can't read.
I didn't get hurt.
To turn this into like a really, really positive event.
Okay, it feels like
really
they're just winding down.
Which, honestly, that's like peak Ludwig comment section. Which, you would think that it would be different nowadays, right? You would think that that at some point he would shift. But like, this is like the most consistent thing. That is what happens when you're a centrist. So it was like, I'm talking about the Hassan drama today. And not specifically about Hassan, but around the tangential stuff around it. And they're like, how dare you not defend your friend, Ludwig? And also, how dare you're caping for Hassan? Like, he has you tied around his hand like a little puppet. And that's it. That's kind of what he does.
I get it. I feel for you guys, all the fighters. Hope the delayed event is a huge success. 34%. Okay, where is this number from? It's in the FAQ. Okay, that's in this. Literally on your second tab. Okay, first off, I'm not a fucking weirdo for watching a video and reading a comment that has nothing to do with the video. The commenter is weird. Clearly, these people knew about the 34% thing, clicked the video, and wanted to talk about it. But it's not in the video. It has nothing to do with the video because it has nothing to do with Creator Clash 3. They're just really upset about what used to happen.
Sending him H3H3 Productions links. Like, these people aren't normal. These people aren't normal. They're not normal. They're not normal.
Because it's nothing to do with Creator Clash 3. They're just really upset about what used to happen that isn't happening from people that don't operate or have any control over the event. I'm not the weird one, bro. They're the weird ones. These people are making zero money. Zero. It has because the video's about the event. Look, call me old fashioned. I think comments should pertain to the content of the video. Call me old fashioned. I'm just an old school YouTube viewer, bro. I watch the video and then I comment something about it. Call me a fucking old fashioned fuck, man. Okay, well, don't call me an old.
Like, I think, hear me out. Let me get my take. He's not wrong, but like, you kind of got to talk about where it comes from a little bit. You know what I mean? Why are people talking about the YouTube comments about this thing that's not in the video? I feel like that's an important conversation a little bit.
Old fuck. I mean, bro, these are all, okay. We can just call a spade a spade. These are drama frogs. These are all drama frogs who are very mad at Ian and Anissa. But like, I think the wind is out of the sails because unless they're lying, they have nothing to do with this. They won't be a part of it. They own none of it. They stand to gain nothing from it. So it's like, what are we yelling at? Go to their Twitter or some shit. I think drama frogs just aren't what they used to be. Go to iDubbbz Twitter and yell at them, bro. That's what you're supposed to be doing. Why's event moved to LA? LA made the most sense as much.
I don't know why he's not acknowledging the fact that like we've only gotten to this point. Like they only have nothing to do with it because of the drama frogs. Right? He's not incorrect, but it kind of feels like he's snipped the Premiere Pro timeline before any of the important stuff. You know what I mean? Like what he's talking about and describing has already happened, and that's how we got here in the first place. Like, and I feel like that's kind of important.
Larger market, it's home to a lot of creators and helped us keep the event production costs down. That means we can focus more on what matters, making the show great, raising money for charity, and giving the fans the best experience possible. You know what's impressive is how quickly they got approval from California Athletics Association or USA Boxing to sanction the event. That's usually why people go to Florida, is because sanctioning is so easy to do. It's kind of hard in California. Obviously, it's easier for
I'm sorry to hear that, chatter.
Straight up boxing event, but will all the original fighters be competing? Not all fighters will be available for the new date. An updated fight card will be announced in July. That'll also include some fresh faces.
Drama. These people don't realize or don't care. The audience are largely occupied by racist assholes. No, it's drama. It is drama. It's racists and Nazis and a bunch of bigoted people weaponizing drama for their own purposes, but it's still drama. That doesn't change the fact that it's like the medium of drama. Right? Yeah, I mean, traditionally, soup is made using like some sort of broth base and some vegetables and some meats, but like you can use milk and it'd still be soup. You feel me? It's slightly different, but it doesn't change what it actually is. Doesn't change the form that it comes in.
Okay, I will say one thing about this event is
yes, that means cereal is soup. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Need so badly a title card. I feel like their title fight, it was bad and it dropped and now they can make it good. Who's in the title fight? I think it was Harley and LA Beast, but Harley
that was pretty bad, honestly. You know what they should do? Will and Myth. No, they can't do Will and Myth. They can't do Will and Myth. We need a villain. And Will and Myth both occupy the hero space. They need a villain. I would never fight Myth. I would never fight either of them. Will has a fight now? Well, then drop that fight. Tectone? I would watch that. Jake Paul. Jake Paul versus Will Neff.
Dropped. I mean, to be honest, I think Odd One's out and Will Neff is my title fight. LA Beast dropped too.
Wait. No. Oh, he's so dead. Oh, he's insanely dead. Does he have past experience? In the last Creator Clash, Will said he's been training since Creator Clash 1 basically constantly, so it could be a good fight. I don't know if a few years of constant training is going to get over like Will's physicality. You know what I mean? Also, yeah, Will has also been training too. He does have 2 inches on him, height-wise. I don't know. I think the Odd One's out needs a few more years to be put in the ring with Will. The fight I really want to see is Dad. If you scroll down, Dad keeps fighting. He stay fighting. I think it's 50-50. You think it's 50-50? Nah, I give it like an 85-15. 85 for Will. I don't want to discount his training. Right? Like 85-50. Yeah. Ooh. This is not a fight that I would have set up. The clips of Odd fighting. You can check Google. But yeah, I think we've seen the rest of this already. Let's finish it off. Why not?
Yeah, they need an electric title fight. Sam Hyde and Hassan can say the event. I just couldn't think of something I'd care less about. Why did Ian and Anissa step away from Creator Clash? Ian and Anissa have stepped away from Creator Clash in every capacity as stakeholders, event managers, and creatives to give event space to grow under new leadership. They chose to step down to allow CC to separate itself from the ongoing controversy, allowing us to work towards rebuilding trust and refocusing on what the event was always meant to be.
Reading chat. His chat brought up Sam Hyde.
Supporting creators, entertain fans, and raise money for a good cause, allowing other partners to remain the same. Dude, low-key, what about a name change?
Wait.
They might need a rebrand.
I think that's one of my chatters in here. It's also one of Hassan's chatters.
The rebrand, bro. I think allowing
Harold
other partners to remain the same. Dude, low-key, what about a
Yeah, 3 months sub. They've been in here before. was in here earlier.
Not a name change.
I
They might
recognize all of you chatters.
need a rebrand, bro. I think there's too much connection with Creator Clash and Ian to really separate it. Do fighters get paid? Yes, each fighter gets a guaranteed purse to help cover training and preparation expenses. In addition, 20% of profits from the event will be split evenly amongst fighters.
I don't think it would change anything. Maybe I get the rebrand, but it would only work if the Nazis moved on. Right? But if the Nazis are like, this is still Creator Clash, we're still going to tank it because you wouldn't let our father Sam Hyde in, it won't matter because it'll just happen again. It'll just happen again, and it'll happen again until the space itself is like, okay, these Nazis are stupid. You know what I mean? Ian isn't the problem. There's a horde trying to take the event down. Yeah. Because the event wronged Sam Hyde. That's how it started. Creator Clash 1 was very successful. Creator Clash 2 was less successful because the Nazis got mad. The Nazis and the right-wingers and the bigots all got mad that they wouldn't be like, man, we love Sam Hyde or whatever. And they came back for Creator Clash 3. Ethan Klein was, again, unwittingly used as by the Nazis once again. Pretty consistent thing if you think about it. Right? And look at where we are now. This is why alt-right creators should not be given no quarter. Centrists ruin everything by letting Nazis into the party. Yeah, but the problem is that, yes, this is correct, but the problem started. So they did not let Sam Hyde in the first event. That's why Nazis got mad. No, they didn't let Sam Hyde coach a fighter in the second event. That's why they got mad. Sam Hyde became a coach for Froggy Fresh or whatever for the second event, and then Ian and Nisa were like, nah, kind of doing a little bit of Nazi stuff. No, thank you. And then all the right-wingers got mad, and nobody except the drama perverts covered that, which means that the only people who talked about the event were people talking about it negatively because of the Nazi thing, right? Which means the event failed spectacularly with a number of different reasons, right? Everybody else ignored that and called it drama, right? They tanked the event. They switched the event model, came back with Creator Clash 3. Those same people who had, resentment from Creator Clash 2 because they're freaking Nazis, teamed up with a new group of people who hated Ian for different reasons, Ethan Klein, and now they're tanking Creator Clash 3.
Further, 34% profit share originally allocated to Ian and Nisa is also being redistributed among the fighters following their departure. What's the difference between a profit share and a net profit, chat? Net profit would be income minus costs, right? That's net profit. What's profit
on Maya
share? Is that just the same thing after loss? Isn't that what net is? That's the same thing then. Bro, you know what it means? I'm not the dumb one for using a different word for the same thing. Just to be clear, this is what net profit means. Net profit is you take how much an event makes, you minus the costs, there's your net. So 46 goes to the charity. Okay, what the fuck is the math to get 46 as your number? How the hell did that happen? Because you're adding the 20 for the fighters. I see. So initially they had 20% for the fighters, 34% for Ian and Anissa, and 46% for charity. And people are pissed off because they were taking profit on a charity event. So the implication is if they raised $1.3 million for charity, then they made, I don't know what the math is, $950,000 year one, which means they made $0 last year. Yeah, 34% is crazy. It is ugly, isn't it? And I think this is the issue when you are the middle.
No. So what Lubick is describing is he's describing Creator Clash 2 and Creator Clash 1 and what's going on here, but then applying the 34% from Creator Clash 3 to what happened with Creator Clash 2. These are different profit systems. He's just wrong. No, I don't think he's disingenuous. I think he's just wrong. I think he's just incorrect about this. Right? There was no 34% of Creator Clash 1 or 2. They took 0%. Right? Charities got 0%. Right? Ian and Nisa got 0%. Nobody made any money. The event happened. The event lost a shit ton of money. Charities got 0%. Ian and Nisa got 0%. Right? For Creator Clash 2. There was no profit share. There was nothing there. They just lost money. Omen Reddit and the Creator Clash 3 sub is talking about you. Ugh. Unless it's good things, in which case, yay. Right? The 34%, it's only for Creator Clash 3. Right? Where the charity and the event are completely separate. They're two separate things. Right? So the charity makes what the charity makes. What Creator Clash 1, didn't they also take 0%? Yeah, they didn't have there was no profit sharing for Creator Clash 1. Right? I don't know if they did take any money. I don't know if they, I just don't know. But from what they said from the Ethan Klein clip y'all showed me here, they didn't pay themselves a salary. Right? They didn't pay themselves anything from this clip that y'all showed me. Right? But for Creator Clash 3, the 34% comes from the revenue generated, or the revenue, so the profits generated from the event, which is completely divested from the charity event itself. Right? And so as I drew it here, they would get 34% of this profit. 20% will be shared with the fighters on top of their purse, and then the rest I would assume goes to charity. He said they took money from the raised funds, which is wrong. Yes, that's why I said Ludwig is incorrect. He'll be incorrect. There's the reason why they're doing it this way is so they're not taking anything from the charity in the first place, right? The charity fund and the event being run are completely separate. They're not the same thing. And again, I want to reiterate, you can have a problem with the 34%. You can criticize Ethan and Anissa. Like, I'm not saying that they are absolved from criticism. If you personally think that that's too much money, them taking 34% of whatever the profits are for the event, you think that's too much? It should be 10%, it should be 20%. What did I say, Ethan? Sorry, Ian. Right? If you think that that's too much, that's fine. I think that's entirely fair for you to say. But these are not the same bags of, these are two separate pots of money. Creator Clash won one pot of money, right? If the event did well, right, the charity gets more money and the event raised more money in general. But the profits were just higher. What they did with those profits explicitly, I don't know. Whether they went into an investment for Creator Clash 2, whether they paid themselves out, whether they pay out the fighters, what happened there, don't know, is not relevant. That's not particularly important, right? Creator Clash 1. Creator Clash 2 followed the same model. The money is coming from the same bucket, right? The same bucket. The problem is that the money put into the bucket and the money going out of the bucket, there was a disparity there. There was just more money coming out the bucket than that was put in the bucket. They lost money. They didn't raise any money. And because in the first Creator Clash 1 and 2 model, the charities got paid based upon the profit raised and a percentage of that. Right? Let's just say 50, I don't have the numbers. Let's just say 50%. So if here, I can actually do this. We're going to add another one for Creator Clash 1. Boom. This is Creator Clash 1. Whoop, that's 1. Boom, boom. And we'll say charity plus event, right? It spent this amount of money and it raised this amount of money, right? It did very well. And so this is the profit. and charities got, we'll say 50% or a percentage of the profits go to charity. Right? And then they did something else with the other percentage. Right? This is how Creator Clash 1 operated. Because it was a tied, shared pool of money. Right? Creator Clash 2 was the same thing. A tied, shared pool of money, but instead of making money, they lost money. Their costs exceeded their revenue. There was no profit. And because there was no profit, when they tried to take a percentage of the profit to give to charity, there is no profit, so charity got nothing. Charity got nothing, and the event raised nothing. There was no profits. Right? There's nothing. And so in order to combat that, for Creator Clash 3, they go to a new model. There is now 2 separate buckets. One bucket for the charity and one bucket for the event. The event is funded by ticket sales, pay-per-view sales, things of that nature, sponsors. That is how the event is funded over here. And then you have a donation bucket that people give into, and that money goes directly to charity. So if you're taking money outside of the event bucket, right, it does not change the money in the donation bucket, right? So the event bucket can make zero money. They could lose money on the event for Creator Clash 3, right? It won't change the fact that the donation money is still going to charity regardless. You know what I mean? But the event can make money. And in the event that the event makes money, right, there is a position, or there's a amount of money that they make profits, right? 34% of that profit goes to Ian and Nisa. 20% is shared to fighters on top of the purse they already get. And then I would assume that the other 46% of the profits go to charity. Or invested somewhere. I don't know. It doesn't say what happens to that. But that's Creator Clash 3. Right? You can think 34% is too high. Totally fair. Totally valid. You can think that a Creator Clash 1 and 2 model was better. I don't know why you would think that, but you could think that. Right? You could want the percentage for the fighters to be higher. You can think all of those things. Right? But you cannot say that they are taking out of the charity bucket, because that bucket is a separate bucket. It is a different bucket for this reason, right? It is a separate bucket for this reason. Let's continue. The problem is that Ludwig seems to be taking Ethan's framing of the situation at face value, just running with it. I honestly don't think he even cares to delve into details as much as you are right now, because he's obviously filled in by some right-wing commentator. I think you're incorrect. I think you're wrong. He's not filled in by anybody. He's just, I think he's aware and he just cares more to talk about like this aspect. I don't think a right-wing commentator is filling him in or whatever. He's only focused on drama aspect, or at least he has right-wing takes himself. I really think Ludwig is perpetually cycle slop. There's no problem with Creator Clash 3 if we can pick the percentage that keeps the event ongoing without the cost, costing a ton of money out of pocket. Problem is you can't predict that number, and that is a risk to streamers and discourages the event. It works if you know a fair share percentage ahead of time. You should DM Ludwig and explain it to him. I don't think he'll read it. 2, I don't think he cares. 3, I don't know if I care that much. And 4, it wouldn't be productive. If Ludwig for some reason cares about what my takes are in the situation, I can talk to him privately about it. But like, for what I just explained, I don't think it's gonna happen.
Middleman between is ugly, isn't it? And I think this is the issue when you are the middleman between viewers in charity. It's why it's a way better system to just have a Tiltify link that people donate to directly, because it's so.
But that's what they have. Am I tripping? He's describing what they currently have and saying, yo, it would be better if they just did this. That's what they're talking about. They're having a a Tiltify link. Unless I'm misunderstanding, unless I'm not understanding something correctly, which that could be the case. I'm not infallible. But they're doing it in the way that I described here.
Much more transparent and straightforward. I don't think I'm against the idea of somebody creating an event and making money from the event and the event also being a charity event. I'm not against that. But having to pick the percentages is weird. Yeah, and you got to be upfront. If it's going to be a charity event, you do it. The transparency is pretty huge in that. Anyway, I think that's it. Creator Clash happening October now. My advice, they got.
I don't even know what he's saying here. He's saying, "Yep, you got to be transparent." Like, sure. I agree. Like, if your take is that like they should have shared the percentages they were getting up front, okay, I'm fine with that. But like, I don't understand the beef with the percentage specifically. Like, does he think the percentage should be lower? Does he think that there shouldn't be a percentage at all and it should just be a flat rate? Like, that's kind of my problem. I don't know what he thinks. Right? I think either of those is fine. I think if it was either, you know, they have a flat rate, they're getting paid, they're paying themselves a salary, they're paying themselves $100,000 a year or whatever, cool. Or if they think the percentage should be like 10%, cool. But he's not saying either of those, which is why I am confused. Right? That's why I'm confused. I think he's real-time processing, which may not be super productive for a lot of chatters. Well, he processed it into a YouTube video.
Percentages and the event also being a charity event. I'm not against that. But having to pick the percentages is weird. Yeah, and you got to be upfront.
Like, what does he mean? Like, don't you have to pick percentages? Like, isn't that the entire point of percentages is that you don't know what it's going to come out to? Because, okay, here's the problem. If Ian and Nisa say we're going to pay ourselves $100,000 for this event, and the event made $100 or $99,000, right? They're just taking all the money anyway. And then people would also have a problem with that. You know what I mean? So percentage makes sense when you don't know how much you're going to make from the event. And again, you can think the percentage is too high. That's fine. There's a conversation to be had there. Right? You can think the conversation is too high. Or the conversation. That the percentage is too high. But like, I don't know what he means by like, you can't pick the percentages.
It's that. But having to pick the percentages is weird. Yeah.
Like, what does he mean by having to pick the percentages is weird? His point is if you're a billionaire and you can put on a $30,000 cost event and pick a percentage, you can take the risk. But if you're worth 1.5 million and the event costs you, you may need to absorb is $300K. That doesn't make sense. What does that mean? What does that, like, they're not billionaires. So what are we talking about? Like, I'm confused.
And you got to be upfront. If it's going to be a charity event, you do it. The transparency is pretty huge in that. Anyway, I think that's it. Creator Clash happening October now. My advice, they got to change it.
And this is the one thing that I'm like, I just genuinely don't know on. I don't know what they told people before the event happened. I didn't keep up to date with like the intricate news of Creator Clash. So I just don't know. They could have very well have been transparent about like, they are getting a percentage of the profits. They may not have said what the percentage is. Or not. I don't know if that's the case. I think it's fair to be like, they should have told people the percentage up front. I just don't know. So I can't speak to that directly. Dummy. Dummy. Yeah. That's my take on the Creator Clash 3 thing once again. The point is, he's saying because Ian doesn't have infinite money, the net loss always goes to Ian and Anissa in either model because they aren't infinitely rich and the costs are big. They want to keep the event on without taking personal losses over and over. They need to predict a fair percentage. That's not what he's saying. Not at all. That's like the exact opposite of what he's saying. He said that it's unless you mean like he's saying weird as in like it's hard to do and not like it's bad, like not like weird bad.
Is weird getting a charity event. I'm not against that, but having to pick the percentages is weird. Yeah, and you got to be upfront. If it's going to be a charity event, you do it. The transparency is pretty huge in that. Anyway, I think that's it.
Having to pick the percentages is weird. I just okay. This is maybe me not being able to pick up social cues. I just don't know how he's saying it. So you could be correct, chatter. Maybe. Maybe. Anyway. I don't know if there's anything more to say about this. I'm being entirely real. You watch this as a palate cleanser? No. What is this about? Alright, so I was gonna talk about this already. That's what I'm gonna call it, chat. That's right. I'm calling it. Is this on in what's I'm gonna call it? At DreamCon? Seen his video when I watch it again.
Is like actually
Bro, he's at the hotel. Dog, don't you got somewhere to be?
Illegal. It's illegal to have any color in the city other than gray. It is incredible.
Okay. Anyway, this is what I'm gonna call it. Did a solid 5 hours. Yeah. Oh, that's my code. Dad, I don't have anything else to say. I mean, I could talk about what else is there to talk about. Did y'all see? I was meaning to talk about my former coworker. So I can find it. Oh, and popular MMOs. Okay, would y'all see this? I just watched the whole body camera footage, and despite how ever you feel about popular MMO, the cops treating him in an unbelievable shitty way. Like, is this true? Chad, is this real? There's also this, which I was supposed to watch, and that is freaking Micah and Olivia talking about how the Dems win back young men. And who doesn't want to know what Olivia has to say about how the Dems win back young men? You know what I mean? They're giving her millions of dollars anyway. Let's see.
Writes a Substack, which probably, statistically speaking, like 89% of y'all read already.
She has 72,000 subscribers. I don't know how much I believe that.
But Olivia, I want you to talk about that Substack, and I also want you to talk about one of the newer articles that you wrote about why men drifted right in the previous election. I consider myself a resident expert on this because I am a man, so I feel like we could have an interesting conversation on the conclusions you reached in that article.
Yeah, so my Substack it's called A New Perspective, oliviajuliana.substack.com, and we're actually very close to hitting 100,000 subscribers on Substack. I'm very excited. But I write a lot about politics, and I hate that all these newsletters are the same. There's so many.
Also, does anybody have a link to the foreign man video about streaming university? I also want to put that on the docket too. Also, what's up, YouTube chat? I have not been ignoring you because I accidentally closed your tab. How are y'all doing?
So many Substacks that you get on, and they're all telling you the same stuff. I don't want to do that. I want to give you a new.
Bro, she's like 22. What can she possibly have to say? What could she possibly have to say about anything that's even remotely interesting or relevant?
She cheated on me, bro.
Okay, this is actually way more interesting to me. We're watching this one. Watching this one.
What you mean already?
You've been here for 4 hours. You going around biting. You have dick more than 10.
I'm not a troublemaker. Yeah, I play, but don't we all play?
What if Bro, this is like trashy black TV. Just straight Real Housewives of maybe not no. Baddies. This is the Zeus TV of streaming. The Zeus TV of streaming.
I told you that you didn't understand streaming university at all. This is my favorite thing about this entire event. DDG has a weird case. Why is he around? I want to big up Tyler.
That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking. See, this is the problem. Nobody listened to me until it's too late. Also, chat, if you don't follow and subscribe to my YouTube, please do so. We are less than 90 follows away from 14K. That'd be pretty cool. I'd appreciate that. And yeah.
Privilege for good.
Move the back.
Whoa. Today we looking back but black at one of the greatest social experiments we have yet to realize.
Did you watch the Foreign Dabo video? He has a video on Young Dabo.
On today's Foreign Friday.
That's a foreign man in a foreign land.
My feelings.
On Olay and Friends chats on YouTube. Listen. I hate to break the news to you like this, right? It's never good when you realize that creators you like don't like each other. But I don't have any beef with Olay. I will say that. I have no beef with her, right? So if she doesn't have beef with me, then we chillin'. But I don't know if she doesn't have beef with me. I'm not gonna go into it. I'm not gonna go into it. You know what I mean? I think that I'm willing to give grace. She does, you know it. Listen, people can change. Still blocked. I think she left Twitter, so I don't know if I'm still blocked. Right? People can change, and I think that people can grow, and I think that she does good work, right? And on certain things, she has good perspectives on. I just have slight disagreements, and she is not a fan of me having slight disagreements, I guess. That's what I'll say. And we're not gonna get into her being a shit lib or whatever. It's not important. Okay. Not important. I disagree with her on a few things. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Also, Saka, you don't want to answer to that question. It's fine. 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 It's stop. Don't make me time you out. I will time you out. Jeez Louise. Just do not listen. Do not listen to what I say in the slightest. I literally just said stop talking about it, and y'all just keep going. Again, it's fine. It's fine. If I wanted to relitigate it, I could relitigate it. Yeah, I could, but I want to put that to the side. You know what I mean? I don't have any beef with her. I don't. I have a disagreement with her. Right? We had a disagreement. Right? It got a little bit strong. I've moved past it. It's in the past. Not important. It is what it is. Right? And if she's moved past it, It is cool. We don't got to be best friends or whatever, but like, we're moving on. We're moving on, chatter. We're moving on. Chat's like very good at listening. Chat is terrible at listening. They don't listen. I'll be talking to a chatter directly, and they just be like, they're not listening. We're moving on.
About Streamer University are more complicated than your twice divorced uncle that still going to fraternity probates on the quest to conquest flesh. On one hand, you have what is a brilliant social experiment with majorly black participants.
You didn't register as anything other than that. Well, to be fair, I mean, she did block me, so I'm just. We are gonna move on. I just want to point out that like it ain't a me thing. You feel me? I'm fine with having disagreements. I'm fine with people disagreeing with what I say. That's chill. So long as they come at it with good faith and they want to have a good faith discussion. That's it. Like, I disagree with like Brett like all the time. Brett comes in here, he says things, we disagree, we talk about it, and then we just move on because like, we have a good faith discussion. So if you're willing to do that, then we're chilling. You rubbed it into it. I rubbed nothing in, all right? I rubbed literally nothing in. Right? Nothing in. 0 things in. I very clearly said, very specifically, we should not be blaming third-party voters for Kamala losing. And I got crucified. I had a very level-headed take. But it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Fine. Chucky's pulling me back in. It's fine. We're moving on.
Post-pandemic, showcasing social transgressions across gender, race, class, all under this Foucaultian panopticon of a Twitch chat. But on the other hand, you have reputation washing of abusers, misogyny, anti-blackness, and a level of negrosity that would only find itself comfortable on the Zeus network. So we're gonna look back on the good.
That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said. Y'all are the same person.
The bad and the black of Streamer University. So for the uninitiated, Kai Cenat is basically the black Mr. Beast of Twitch. In fact, that crossover isn't uncanny since Mr. Beast did this.
I got 10 bands here. Kai, I want you to put this under someone's seat and give it to him. Say less.
I don't know why, when, or if ever, bands should be in this nigga's lexicon. You're probably wondering why Mr. Beast is cosplaying as Ed Wunsler III from the Boondocks. Let me show you why.
The Hood Mr. Beast trend on TikTok?
Yeah, which, what, like you, like in the gas station, or you in like a Montclair coat and stuff with tattoos? Yeah.
Yeah. So there's like thousands of them going up like every hour. People keep asking me to do it. Do you have any advice how I could be hood?
Oh God. This is the biggest YouTuber on the platform who is as white as the days are long, asking one of the biggest Twitch streamers, which is a black man in this case, how to be more hood. Is Kai Cenat even hood? Definitely not right now. It's just wild to ask the only black person that you probably know, because this is Jimothy Beast from the Carolinas. This is the type of shit that's make my ass hurt.
Okay. Chill on the Carolinas. Wait, hold on. Chill on the Carolinas. You know what I mean? Mr. Beast from Greenville. I stayed in 704. We in different circles, right? But we gotta chill on the Carolinas. All right? Ain't that where J. Cole from? First of all, watch your mouth. Second of all, no. J. Cole from Fayetteville. I got family in Fayetteville. Chill on the Carolinas. Come on. Shaq from Carolina. Steph? Excuse me? Come on.
This will set the tone for the anti-blackness that is yet to come. But much like Jimothy Beast, Kai does these expensive spectacle events, and the only difference is
Ohio. He went to school at Davidson College, which is in North Carolina. I don't want to hear this from you. We claim him. He's one of us. He's one of us. He's one of us.
live. And his latest one was Streamer University, where he rented out a university in Akron. And if you know Akron, I surprised nobody gets shot. I ain't gonna lie. Oh God. I mean, mind you, someone did get shot, but we can get to that in a second. Kai announced Streamer University, which was a full expense-paid 3-day trip to a university for like 100 people. Folks streamed themselves applying to be a student or a professor. It was a whole thing. And when he unveiled the winners on his stream, he started with,
I know that. I know what that is. I heard that sound before. Trying to be, what the is good? Rob boy.
mind you now, this nigga can't see his son. This is a man in this little small PS4 screen capture who cannot see his child.
What you mean that you get the AC shit? I like
I'm not gonna lie, I'm hating. The Ashi Nigga Coalition needs to know I am hating. If Diddy G don't have no haters, I am dead. Ooh, hiss. Oh God. Ooh, hiss, tomato, tomato. We talked about DDG before, and we'll talk about him some more when we get to the bad. But I want you to really appreciate the gravity of this moment. You have Kai Cenat, arguably the largest platform on Twitch right now. Streamer University will probably be the largest event on the platform. DDG has a weird case. Why is he around? DDG has a pending court case. Alleged abuse towards his baby mother, Halle Bailey. We're on the heels of Halle bounding DDG by the piece just mere weeks ago. Sponsors pulling out way better than me. I have a weak pullout. Of course, he desperately wanted to win. Kai handed him exactly that by making him a professor.
One thing that's missed is that DDG and Kai have been IRL friends for super long, and Kai will pull him out because he's a good friend. If you're friends with abusers and you're going to let abuse happen because he's your friend, like that's not a great thing.
Note the dynamic, an authority dynamic. Professor student, but he's also the first to be named. You debuting this whole thing with abuse.
Professor,
let me see
that will be in Streamer University. Now look, I know what this. I already know.
He sent me 100. I'm gonna send him half back, just half back, just half.
That is happening right now, involving him. But chat, I want to go ahead and say that you feel me. Me personally, bro, I want to wait. DDG, that's what the 50 get there. Appreciate it, DDG.
I'm sorry, that takes me out every time. Listen, I want to be impartial here. I don't want to take a side. We're gonna wait for all the information to come out. You know, things that happen and things always be happening, and we gotta wait to jump to some conclusion. DDG 50 gifted. Thanks, bro. Man, I love you. Much love. And again, I'm neutral with this. I thought you were joking when you said that. No, I literally was not joking. He literally did that. That is exactly what he did. I was not joking at all.
I know there's a lot of crazy things going on, but y'all gotta understand, bro.
Crazy things going on. That's what we call an abuse now. Appreciate DDG for the 50 gifted. Literally the abuser sponsoring it. It's a choice. There's so many other representatives of the Cocoa Butter Coalition. You had a mixture of large creators like Extra Emily. I don't think she said the N-word. I think she said Nick. Her friend is named Nick. She was talking to Nick and she said, you could imagine. I should be able to find it. Here it is. Big up Reddit. I can't believe I'm saying it, but big up Reddit. Here's where she's alleged to have said the N-word.
Can you name 3 streamers you will never do a stream with again?
I think she said the N-word. I don't think she said the N-word. I'll say it. I don't think she said it. I think she plays into it a little bit. Let's not get mistaken. Let's not get mistaken. I think for sure she plays into it a little bit. I think in this situation, she did not say the N-word.
Extra Emily.
That's not true.
Emily. Extra. That's 3.
Russell, that's not even true.
Bro, you see a massage in the nose? Blood, I genuinely don't think this gal said it. After this happened and people were calling for a cancellation, she did teeter like around it. But I'm not gonna manufacture her saying things and doing skullduggery when she literally does skullduggery right here.
To see all the pink. Yes, yes.
Just right through the red light is kind of crazy.
Okay, keep going. Okay, I'm stopping. Okay, we're good. Okay, no problem. That happens all the time in
You know my
Austin.
first impression of
In
her?
Austin, you know, like
Honestly, it's just Emily. She needs to go to prison. Okay, that's a bit. Okay, chill out. Chill out a little bit. Like, I agree, jail time. Okay, I won't go that far. I won't go that far. Emily does this thing where she'll teeter on the edge of doing stuff like this for the content. Like, her personality is very aloof, but like, I'm not saying she ran the red light on purpose, but like, she'll like do things for the content, and sometimes her for the content mindset just goes a little bit too far. You know? Just a little bit too far.
the stoplights here are really long.
Hi,
so
Emily.
usually I just go past.
Sure, he just said, oops.
Why would she
On
say
one
that?
hand, I feel for the Asian community after she did this because the xenophobia afterwards was wild. There was so many clips of the Asian woman from Family Guy merging into lanes. You know what I'm saying? Like where like the Asian woman was merging into lanes and they were just like, okay, well, good luck to everybody. I'm about to merge into this lane without indicating. Those was going around. They were selling like hotcakes. But on the other hand, all Emily did to atone for running a red light on stream and then talking to her stream right afterwards, mind you. Like, you see how she just talking? You shouldn't be streaming live and driving anyway. This gal go follow this up by doing driving lessons on Scream. She is one of the least problematic streamers, and that's saying something, fam. Actually, Emily was like one of the only non-black.
I told you, content brained, just insanely content brained.
Folks at Streaming University, which I applaud. I see people making noise about there wasn't enough diversity, there was only niggas. Y'all can miss me with that. It was a blackety black streaming event that wasn't even branded as such. And to do that in today's climate, kudos to Kai for that. One of the great things about this event. And while we on it, we about to talk about some more good things. This is my favorite thing about this entire event.
I thank Kai, and I also just want to help, I just want to thank everyone else that was helping here, from the people who served us our food in the cafeteria, cleaned up after us, the production crews that were helping us, the tech team that were trying to help us go live.
She's a small streamer whose whole trajectory was changed by being here. A dark-skinned black woman, she gained tens of thousands of followers in 3 days. That being said, it's unfortunate what had to happen in order for her to get to this point. Here's Tyler, a rather larger creator, confronting the creator named Avery, who bullied Kawaias.
No, I just think what you did was just kind of fucked up, and being that about the situation. You feel what I'm saying? Listen,
what she did
on the pole by accident
was bully Kawaias. She called her unattractive, she called her ugly, and essentially sent her chat to bully Kawaias in her chat. I want to big up Tyler. He was raiding smaller streamers who were at the event. He sometimes flooded them.
This is true. Tyler was probably one of the I think Tyler, Agent. There were like some standout creators from the event. Like, I'm not trying to sit here and be like, oh, the entire Stream University was bad or whatever. Like, there were some standout creators that were just good. Remind me of college, right? There were like some shitty people in college, right? I've been to HBCUs and PWIs. This felt like my experience at HBCU, and there were some bad people, mean-spirited people when I was in college. But like, there were also some super chill and down-to-earth nice people that like will like try to bring people in and like just up the vibes for everybody. There was a few of those in this space, but there were also like some bad people. Like to bully somebody at Streamer University as a smaller streamer, well, everything is on camera, is kind of insane. And the fact that she was allowed to stay is also not great. Right? Like, I feel like that would be like I feel like the dangerous stuff and like the going out to party and stuff like that, I think that's fine to like stay for the content, but I feel like you cross a line when you're just like become a bad person to the other people who are there. You know what I mean? That's my personal perspective. Like, if you make things genuinely unsafe, you gotta go, and if you are like being a bully, like a genuine bully, then like you gotta go. Like, not like a content bully, but an actual bully.
Stream with thousands of people at a time. He actively tried to engage streamers who were intimidated, like especially smaller streamers, but he's using his privilege for good. In a landscape like Twitch streaming, and most notably the niche that Kai Cenat, Blackboy Max, and DDG are in, where they make content out of women, Tyler went out of his way to empower and foster a space, not only by comforting Kaiwas, because he did that too, but also actively telling the bully, maybe not as like directly or as eloquently, telling the bully that that's not what he's for. Not only did he tell the bully that, but he also told everybody watching that. Brings me to the sociological part of this thing. Let's look at this from a meta level. These are 100 majorly black 20-somethings who we are witnessing in real time behave under the panopticon. Panopticism, it's a Foucaultian term, Michael Foucault, and essentially it states that people internalize surveillance and they adjust their behavior when they believe that they're constantly being watched. That goes from being randomly selected by TSA, from being followed at Best Buy because you're a big black man with a beard. Yeah, that has happened to me quite a bit. And then you act suspicious because you know you're being watched. Even this right here, if I wasn't on stream, I'd probably be picking my nose. Shirt would probably be off. We walk around in our boxes. It's hot outside. It could be extrapolated and applied to pretty much everyone. But you also have situations here where, because these creators are aware of their surveillance, they're behooved to act in ways that they might not act unsurveilled. That's for better or for worse. One could say people who subscribe to an omnipresent God behave virtuously because they think God watching them. This is similar to the Hawthorne experiment, where, you know, you had factory workers being observed to see if they would change their productivity by virtue of being observed. Another experiment that I saw at this event bear witness to was the Stanford prison experiment. I can see how old y'all is in my chat. Who know India Love? Y'all don't know, bruh. Let me just play this and then like I'll explain it afterwards.
Sweetheart, I don't want you to be rude to my cousin. Like, he's just getting my footage, but I get your tone just seems a little off. So I understand, but I can see and read your attitude. He looked at me like, how he's my I don't want to be. Stand down. It's okay.
Come on, go ahead.
Oh, she be tripping? She be tripping. Go ahead.
They keep on doing this music. A lot is going on here. India Love is one of the original baddies. If you was online mid-2010,
like, Mari was the person that she kicked out?
To late 2010s, you saw India Love. She was ubiquitous with Tumblr. She was an IG model before IG model was a thing. There was park photos with the game. She was groomed by the game. Let's start there. She was 18 and the game was like 30-something in his late 30s. Fondling this gal in the
bad that I genuinely didn't know who India Love was.
Park and making a smell it.
No, not like to like, you know, belittle her. I just didn't know. Yes, but Mari just left because she was upset.
She's also relatively older.
Do you have a link of or a clip of Mari talking about that? I'm curious about that. You're youngish though. Aren't you like 18? All right, hop off.
Than most of the streamers, most notably the women, given that she's 29 right now. This level of like seniority that she has, coupled with her perceived online prestige as well as desirability, all of that is on display throughout this event. Throughout this entire event, you see India Love traversing the realms of desirability, colorism, a little bit of race because she's mixed with Mexican, I think. She's Mexican and black. But what was most interesting was this right here, because she wasn't given the gravity of respect she felt like she deserved, given not only her position to quote unquote fame, but also in the event, because she's a professor and the other person that was talking to her was a student. So Kai enlisted India Love as a professor and she took that role seriously. So you see this class dynamic between professor and student, much like you would have between bourgeois and proletariat. Whether Kai indirectly or directly did this, he conducted a social experiment, almost like Big Brother, but like it's live and on Twitch. And I don't think that's ever been really done before. And you could scroll through different perspectives and see in the same time different perspectives of the same situation being perceived depending on the lens that you're looking through, depending on who you're watching at that time.
Ooh, okay. You know what they should have done? Which they kind of did with giving it a category. What they should have done is they should have had a website with all of the streams up, but like, hear me out. Let me cook. You take the GPS data of every phone, right? In phones, or give them like a separate, like, you know, separate device pack. Phones that are in proximity to one another, that are live, or creators that are in proximity to one another, are grouped together on a website, right? And so you can like click through the school and you go to a class, and so you click on one classroom, and the classroom opens up, and it's a bunch of different perspectives of that same classroom. And when creators go out their day, they split up, those different perspectives splits up. So like 3 people, you have like 3 people together. You can click on that cluster of 3 people and see what they're doing. And when one person walks away, it splits away. And so you can follow that one creator if you want to. And then when they join a different cluster, they kind of bring in all the other viewpoints around for that cluster. You know what I mean? That'd be pretty cool. Kind of pretty much that, but there's only 3 things going on at once. Not really, because you have like, I saw people have like their own separate side streams. You know what I mean? Like it was kind of that, but it wasn't like aggregated in that way. And so you have to like know what you were looking for. Like, okay, I'm gonna go watch this person. I'm gonna watch this person, right? And so the problem with that is that like bigger creators still kind of siphon and pull the numbers up towards them. But in what I'm describing, theoretically, you should like on this the thing that I'm talking about, and maybe you could even integrate it into like stream together. And so when creators become in proximity to each other, stream together automatically starts. So if you come and sit down at somebody's lunch table, your like little like Twitch pack connects to their Twitch pack, right? And then boom, you automatically start streaming together, combines the chats, and you are and your viewership like automatically combines. There's something there. There's something there. I think the nice thing is tech makes that pretty doable nowadays. Then add a sentiment filter. You have in real time. Okay, I'm gonna leave, and then stream pops up with anger. I make good points though, because you can watch Rakai being crazy and hype, and then go to India and she's acting turned out by Rakai screaming. We're trying to do a multiplayer video streaming dynamic split screening. It's possible. It can be done. I could, you know what? Not even it could be done. I could do it. Give me $100,000, like $100,000 budget. I can get it done. I could.
And it was niggas as hell. Like, this was nigga core, uncompromisingly black. This was just brilliant. And speaking of brilliance, if you're talking about brilliance in this thing, you gotta talk about Agent 00. Agent is a part of AMP. Agent made the only proper class at Streamer University. And it's obvious that he's angling to be a streamer guru at some point. This man gave a streamer economics class and did full transparency breakdowns of his P&Ls.
Yeah. So, wow. This is what the revenue looked like for January on Twitch. You can tell us a marathon because
as black creators in particular, the only bargaining power that we have is collective bargaining power. For a black creator, one of the most prominent black creators in the streaming space, to visibly show his revenue, screenshots of his revenue, seriously at this event, what it does for the rest of creators is people in agents' bracket could then begin to argue sponsor rates and see the discrepancy and then make arguments as to why. Say, well, hold on, I pulling in the same numbers as agent, then I should also be able to do it. These sponsors, these big brands, these big corporations, they are invested in you not knowing how much you're worth. Because
not even just that, right? And they learn how to negotiate. You're not understanding, Chatter. Like, when we're talking about dynamics for like the way Black people move in the creator space, it's not as simple as learn how to negotiate, right? It's not, because companies, and this has been consistent, especially about like on TikTok, will pay white creators with the same following, right? The same following, less money than Black creators. And you can only negotiate what you, I love you put yourself a note, show Twitch numbers in this presentation. Right? But it's like you only negotiate what you know. And a lot of the white creators, once they attach themselves to like the management and talent agencies and they get representation, which it's so difficult for Black people to get, then they know the inside baseball for how much they should be asking for. Like, I've dealt with like creator payments and how much creators get paid. At this point, he's saying that you should or you shouldn't show your income. He's saying you should. He's saying agent showing the income is a good thing because it shows Black creators what they should be asking for. A big problem that I have is I don't know what I should be asking for when people approach me for sponsorships. I have people who ask me to do partnerships and sponsorships. I don't know what I'm worth, right? And that's kind of the issue. And so knowing what you should be asking for as a Black creator is half the battle to knowing what you bring to the table. Streamers should form a union who can negotiate for them. That people who say this just don't understand how unions work. That's not a union. We're talking about forming a like cooperative management company. There's no union. Streamers aren't employees. They will not be covered under the NLRA. You can only unionize if you are an employee, and even then, only in certain states, in certain situations, in certain jobs. Streamers can't unionize. It's not a union. You're talking about doing a cooperative streamer management company or something like that.
Then you could exploit you. So they are invested in breaking up unions. Black creators in particular do not get paid anywhere near where they're supposed to.
A member model that pays for access to legal services, that's not a union. Not like specifically. Like, not like what the definition of what a union is, right? You're talking about streamers coming together and making a company to perform these roles. It's something that a union can do. I mean, but that's not a union. A union is a very specific legal term, right? That's what I'm saying. Is that it's not a union. Unions do that thing. They negotiate on behalf of the workers the same way that management companies also do. Laws can be changed though. Good luck to you, Chatter. Good luck to you, Chatter. I endeavor to see you change the National Labor Relations Act to include independent contractors. Let's see how far you get with that endeavor. How do the actor unions work? Are they employees? They are employees, yes. They're like, actors are employed, which means they can unionize. Contractors cannot unionize because they are not employed. That is a very specific carve out in the NLRA. You can Google this. Because streamers get paid from contracts, like they are contractors with Twitch or YouTube or whatever. They are very clearly and categorically not employees, which means they cannot unionize. Right?
Definitely not near their white counterparts. And the reason why a lot of
a cooperative forum that can fulfill the functions on a membership basis, good luck.
Black creators don't notice is because a lot of black creators, especially because like those makeup girlies, them girlies that going on the trips, the PR package, you know them, they have to showcase a lifestyle and they are bought into the bit so much that they have to perform that they getting the type of pay that they deserve or that they being paid well when they might not even be paid well. I be talking to Bahamian creators and literally they just have to pay to get their PR packages sent here because we don't have like a direct line where PR brands, Lancome and Fenty and all the rest of them, they can't send shit directly here. They have to get a courier to bring it over from Miami or somewhere else. So they have to pay for PR packages. He might not even realize that he is making an argument for collective bargaining. If more creators do that, especially black creators, then you could begin to put pressure on these brands. This was generally inspiring.
For streamers, you have to have weight behind your demands. And like voice actors, there are a lot of people who want the job. Streaming is a little bit different because it's a personality-driven campaign. The issue is like who you're not petitioning Twitch because of a streaming collective. You're just not gonna do it. Twitch will just move on, right? All they need to do is put different people on the front page and you're chilling, right? But doing so to like companies is a different story, right? Which is what talent agencies do, right? We're describing talent management agencies, which is why I said you don't want a union, you want a streamer-led co-op talent agency, right? That streamers join and then talk to at the behest of the streamers involved in the collective, right? Which is different than a union, because those companies don't employ the streamers either, not like specifically. Until not negotiating other private contracts in the space might be useful, maybe. Right, but again, it costs money to do upfront starting that, and a lot of streamers just don't do that.
Yeah,
it's also not
yeah. And I still lost money. Crazy. So I made $120,000. So I really want y'all to focus in on this though. This is why I'm saying ads are really underrated. Yo. Hey, listen. Nah, all the time focus. I don't do that for real. Section here? Yeah. Those are ads.
A lot of these streamers may not have even gone to college. And here you have them willingly sign up to go to college. Now we're about to get to the bad. But before I do, it's not lost on me that this could have gone far worse. What you're about to see could have gone far worse with everything considered. I mean, they were literally in Akron. And I'm genuinely happy it didn't, because there would never be another niggathon again. And Kai would have been scapegoated, which would have made it harder for black creators, not only on Twitch, but anywhere and everywhere. I want niggas to win. I have no investment in niggas losing. When they win, I win. This is symbiotic. If I even want to look at it selfishly, Kai winning is a great thing, but I won't celebrate their wins when it's made on the backs of more marginalized communities, like black women. I'm not going to celebrate your wins, black or not, if it's building on the backs of established bigotry. If your whole bit is putting on a wig or making fun of gal them, then what are we celebrating? You're Tyler Perry. That brings me to the bad of the event.
Okay. Do y'all think Foreign saw my video? I literally made the Tyler Perry comparison as well. This is the second time. Strike number 2.
Starting with these man them. I stepped away for a sec. Why is this guy in a robe? I assume that you're talking about Diddy G.
Don't ball me. That's my ball, bro. Nigga, you need to say that. All I care about is my ball. I don't care about nothing else, bro. I don't want to fight with these niggas. I don't care about nothing. All I care about is my India.
I know Duke is with my old ball. Y'all don't have to keep spamming it.
That's my ball, Duke. You know that's my ball, bro. I told you that on another nigga stream. I wouldn't even stream it until and it's disrespectful because we have the best chef in LA right here and you speaking about another ball? What? What are you talking about? All right. What? If the ball goes out of bounds, the ball goes out of bounds. It's the other person's possession. That's how the game go, right? Y'all won't see me around India tomorrow or the next day. We done. That's not my ball no more.
Me, when I view women as objects, these are whole people. Oh God. He's talking about a person, blood. These niggas in 3 days have reduced the gal them to balls. Dog said possession ain't really going back to their roots with the whole 2K skullduggery. Now they're applying it to the gal them. How did y'all let this happen? In 3 days, we have people.
Okay. This kind of reminds me a little bit of, it gives a tiny bit of Lord of the Flies a little bit. You know what I mean? You put a bunch of 20-something-year-olds, content creators with a bunch of money into one space, and immediately they just start redoing misogyny. They're like, they like devolve back down to their base elements and then evolve back up to doing misogyny again.
Calling each other balls, blood. CIA is on cruise control. It's like Tesla with the self-drive. He made ball merch. And he's gonna send booty shorts with my ball to the gals. We at freakniks levels of misogyny. Dog made misogyny war merch. The foundation and focal point of this entire event was misogyny. Whether it was Duke and DDG going to war over India love, Cooking with Kaya literally got sexually assaulted at the club. Cooking with Kaya was there and she got her ass unconsensually slapped at the club after DDG snuck them off campus. These are things that happen in real life, on stream, documented. You had extra Emily throwing ass in a circle and getting sturdy. Ben the Dawn was there. The only time I've ever seen Ben the Dawn was him being creepy.
No shot. Okay.
Why? Why would they?
I don't know, because I think.
Street? Oh no, he has my middle name. I disavow. I disavow. He is not a part of the Duff family. Disavow.
Suffering a little bit at the bottom. Remember your shit just used to fall.
Oh my God, Ben.
I'm trying to help you out.
I don't think I need to know.
That your shit got a little cuff now.
I don't know what that means, and I don't want to know.
A cuff is when at the bottom of it when it cuff up under there. The little.
Ew.
Y'all so sleep on Emily for real.
I don't have a problem with him being 33. I just have a problem with the fact that nigga just saying these things unprovoked to these gals on live. And that goes back to Stream University. This whole event was based on women.
You're back. Okay. You're back. This is the chatter that I banned and then I unbanned. I think they were saying this exact same thing.
Nothing epitomizes the fact
I knew it. I recognize chatters too easily.
Than the fact that this is the biggest thing to come out of this event. Calling women balls. That will go on in lexicons for far too long. It's never that deep until... I mean, no, it is that deep right now. A girl literally got sexually assaulted at the friggin' event. Your language permits the environment and cultivates the environment that you live in. If you could dehumanize someone by calling them an object, you can treat them
like an object.
Well, I appreciate
you for watching. This is why you're unbanned. Now you're welcome back.
That's the reason why we have a problem being called nigger by white people. If you can call us a nigger, you can do anything. They gone from calling gals out their name, calling them huz, to literally calling them balls. It's literally objectifying women by reducing them to basketball. It's an object played in a game. I can't make this shit up. And the misogyny started before the event. The rollout to this event was a whole hate campaign on a black female streamer. It all started here. And I have very complicated feelings about the...
Yeah, okay. Okay. I saw this. I didn't talk about it, but I did see like a tweet being like, I guess her name's Zoe. Zoe crashes out about not being picked for Streamer University. Or it's like, I think I saw that.
Tidy situation, and we're gonna go through them. But here Zoe is breaking down in tears after Kai rejected her Streamer University application.
I did not get into the Streamer University Yes, I applied for the Streamer University.
I know I troll and I play a lot, but it's just my personality, you know? I'm a real person, and I mean well behind all people. Even people that hurt me, I give chance after chance, and that's in all my relationships, my friendships, everything.
This is kind of misleading though. Zoe was actually acting wrong, but the hate towards her was too much. I mean, I'll look at it and come to a conclusion.
Like, and I wish people saw all of the good in me. I don't understand why I'm outcasted.
Like, I think it's fair to be disappointed about not getting a streaming university, even if you think that her reasoning is invalid, even if you think that, like, you know, oh, you're not entitled to be in or whatever. Like, you know, I don't think you will, like, as a streamer, sign up to be the target of a harassment campaign just because you are live. If she says something that I think, like, you know, deserves critique or whatever, then I'll say that. But, like, if this is all it is, right, then you know, it's kind of crazy.
The way I am, I'm not a troublemaker. Yeah, I play, but don't we all play?
Zoe Spencer has been collaborating with AMP from time. So when it came time to announce who would be invited to Streaming University, Zoe seemed surprised that she wasn't included. And there was speculation that Kai's girlfriend weighed in on the situation, and some other people were saying that she just wasn't going to be a good fit for it. But after some time passed, Kai would clear the air on his decision making. And not in some private correspondence, not even by like a carrier pigeon sent to Zoe. This boy found it fit to air out why she didn't get chosen in front of tens of thousands of people on his stream. We gonna get to this.
She said there's like this narrative of me not with her, or like there's some type of weird shit going on. It started here. September 24th.
Whoever is clipping these niggas and putting this stock music underneath these clips, first up against the wall. When the revolution starts, proletariat takes over, y'all niggas the first up against the wall.
In Atlanta, I ain't never say nothing, and I ain't gonna lie, I'm not holding this against you.
You're literally holding against her live. That's the reason why she ain't in the thing. You said
that's true. He's like, I'm not holding it against you, but this is why you didn't make it.
This is the reason why, and then proceeded to say, I'm not holding it against you.
I'm not
Bro,
putting it
why
past
does
you.
this keep flipping back horizontally? Do they just go into the editing software, cut the video up a bunch, and just said flip horizontally, skip, flip horizontally, skip? What are we talking about? Why does that keep happening?
I'm not holding it against you.
I'm not putting it past you because I know who you are as a person. September 24th, Drewski show. I never got to tell you how that shit made me feel.
You have a direct line to the woman. You could have messaged this gal on iMessage, Insta DMs, X DMs, Whisper on Twitch. You had so many different ways to communicate how you felt to this person, the way that you're communicating how you felt to tens of thousands of children.
Because of who you are and how your humor and like how you are as a person, nigga, I dead ass for the first time. And my bad I didn't get to like talk about it with you, but like felt secondhand embarrassed, felt embarrassed.
He's talking about when he actually just pull it up.
Get up, Kai, because you talking to me crazy.
Shut the fuck up. Move the fuck back.
You know, I don't even think I could show this. As someone that literally fights, Zoe Spencer just did put this nigga in a rear naked choke. I know that they have like a very aggressive banter thing going back and forth. Regardless, I don't care what happened. There's no reason for a person to go and put someone in a rear naked choke unless it's a sanctioned fight or you're defending yourself. Kai and Zoe are friends. They even collaborators. But even as professionals in the same space, I would imagine one would have the courtesy to let me know personally, if not when the incident happened, when this thing happened, at least after you see me balling on stream, that's the reason why you didn't have me in the event. But he decided to make it drama. And
that's true. right? Should she have put this man in a chokehold? No. Obviously, probably not. No, she should not have put this man in a chokehold, right? But if you felt some sort of way about it, right? Like you gotta let this person know, right? And you can't be mad if out in the future, right? And you use that as justification to slight them in some way, why they would feel some type of way about that, right? But also, he let DDG come. So obviously it's not the violent tendencies. It's obviously not the violent tendencies that you wanted to keep out of the streamer university. Allegedly.
And make content out of the situation. So
yeah, he could have just messaged her and been like, yo, that wasn't cool. I don't want to hang around you no more or whatever, but like, that's what an adult would do. But then to like hold on to that to some time in the future, then use that as justification to like slight her by his own admission, it's a bit strange.
Spencer to Kai was a plot device in this moment. Even worse, by Kai doing it in this manner, it cultivated a space for others to dogpile on Zoe Spencer. Because when you see one of the largest on the platform creating a safe space
with two of the crew and they got weird around her, I don't care about that, chatter. Like I'm sorry if you get mad that like if it was like non-consensual or something, that's a different story. But like we're getting into like puritanical politics at this point. Like, oh, she hooked up with two of the crew and then they got weird, so therefore I have to take it out on the woman, even though they made the decision to hook up with her as consensual adults. I just tell you, I'm telling you that that's kind of dumb.
Space for misogyny war. People gonna replicate it. Kai doing it, that's how you get clout. If I want to get clout,
I'm not even saying that Kai had to go let Zoe or Zoe, I don't know what her name is, sorry. Like at the streaming university. I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying that like if you're gonna deny her for this, I mean there are definitely other people.
Two will do what he's doing. And one of those people that did what he was doing was OG Black YouTube royalty.
Oh, haven't seen what the fuck I seen.
This dude. As someone that like does the high-pitched voice too when I gets excited, I really had hope for this thing because I didn't know him. And then as soon as I began watching this shit, he get banned saying the T-slur.
That's why I start going and do my research because I'm like, damn, she lit. She looks like she got potential. What does she really be doing? Bro, this is why I called you this is why I said you the type of female that'll bite a nigga dick. I'm gonna start with Duke Dennis. We all know Duke Dennis is a chill nigga. I done seen so many clips with girls just thirsty as hell for this nigga dude. A chill nigga. He don't really do anything wrong. You going around biting niggas. You have dick more than 10 niggas. This bitch a zombie. Bro, Zoe Platt the dick eater. She's a zombie, bro.
So Illuminati called Zoe out her name after learning about her from Kai Sinat's stream. Zoe saw that stream live, and because this is all happening live, she crashed out because Illuminati called out her name. And
this is the problem, right? And this is like black women are never afforded the same level. Again, not to defend Zoe Spencer biting Duke Dennis's hand or whatever, but like the type of stuff that I saw at Streamer University was essentially this. This is the same content. You can't pearl clutch at her doing this and then cheer on the stuff that happened at Streamer University. This is the content. This is the content. Like, and if it makes you uncomfortable, that's fine. Like, you are allowed to be uncomfortable by it. But like, let's not sit here and act like what she's doing is like so different than like what's going on in these spaces in general.
Hence, Illuminati took it upon himself to say goodbye to Zoe. He then does what is essentially a whole hate campaign on Zoe Spencer. You's a grown man, Black YouTube OG royalty, and you putting out hate campaigns to a girl that just started streaming and about 10 years junior to you. You squash the beef them with DDG. You squash the beef them with all of the other man them so that you could get close to the man them. So you could ally yourself to the man them. And how do you bond with the said man them? By being misogynoirous. So you say, hey, I know we had our differences before, DDG, but let's bond over the fact that we just hate y'all them. The same big body activity. They don't have no smoke for man them. There's be bullying the gal them. I can't rate you from that.
Every male she streamed with, she has to make him feel uncomfortable. Bro, can you do content without humiliating niggas?
Like, DDG was hiding in India's closet. Again, you are allowed to feel uncomfortable by the things that she's doing, but to sit here and act like this is unique is kind of crazy. DDG was hiding in India's closet.
Seriously, can you? I honestly think you deserve a chance in the streamer university. You have to kill your image. You got to get rid of that plant energy. Do content with a man without making him feel uncomfortable. She bit the nigga dude. Why would you do that? Why? Look how uncomfortable he is. Why? We see that. Your personality, this masculine ass, fake ass energy. This is why you're not in the streamer university.
Zoe shouldn't be biting niggas. Zoe shouldn't be putting her mouth on niggas if they didn't consent to that. Zoe shouldn't be twerking on niggas without their consent. I'm not going to show that video because that is literally SA. Shorty assaulting niggas physically and sexually on stream. And she's obviously been doing it for quite a while. They have pictorial evidence of this.
Hey, that's all bad, you know, right? And again, if she's not going to streamer university, that's fair. That's chill.
Conversation to be had.
But again, DDG was there. You feel me? You feel me? Like, we gotta be consistent about this.
About the double standard here. There is an inherent misogyny of her getting away with this because the only way Zoe could bite and twerk on niggas unconsensually is because we have collectively agreed that we don't see women as being capable of harm. And that's sexist. A woman is capable of doing harm like anyone else. There's a reality where Zoe is held accountable for this, and we have a much needed conversation about the imbalance in the way how we take this seriously. But that's nullified when you have a whole good old boys club collectively deciding to warrant your ruin.
Why did you bite him? Why? Bro, listen. She bites everybody. We just seen him with Mulatto. They was going crazy, or Lotto, whatever the fuck his name is. They was going crazy. Good vibes, good energy. But when she come around, she has to do the most humiliating shit, and she makes everybody feel uncomfortable. Bro, listen. She checked out as she biting everybody she come across. Remember I told you, she emasculate every fucking man that she live streams with.
How is that emasculation? I just don't get it. I don't know, like, how does that emasculate you?
And I want y'all to really, like, peep the fact that, like, the language, emasculation, masculine energy, that's how you know that these niggas talking to the same audience that Andrew Tate and the rest of the red pill man them be talking to. That means something to them. When they hear emasculate, when they hear a gal in a masculine energy, they know that they talking to the same people that was watching Sneeko and Andrew Tate, who is also on trial right now, is the same people, Illuminati, DDG, Plaque Boy, Kai, and all them watching. We is like section off the incel red pill niggas, MGTOW niggas. We is section them off in their own little small community, and we say that, you know, we shouldn't care about them. They dead, they dying off. Andrew Tate in jail. Sneeko can't perform in particular places. They cucking and all this other stuff. But if you realize, if you look closely at it, red pill and all the rest of them things ain't just Andrew Tate and Sneeko. It's these niggas. And when you include them into the Venn diagram, you realize that red pill shit big. When you include the rest of these streamers and everything into these red pill conversations, and when you realize it, all the Abba and Preach them, all of them fellas, all the DJ Academics and all them, when you realize that, you realize, oh, this manosphere shit ain't just Kevin Samuels and people that saying it quietly, that kind of parsing it, that kind of translating it through like a little bit of a filter, a little bit of an auto-tune, that to us sound, You know, not too offensive. But to the rest of them, they singing their song. That's the red pill. And all of this is happening on a platform and in a society where misogyny is the mode. Misogyny is mainstream. Black women and making mockery of black women is one of the oldest forms of entertainment in the world. It's the mechanism that makes things popular. Whether it's Tyler Perry, whether it's Eddie Murphy, because they on the silver screen, or if it's DDG and Freaky Frost them on the small screen. KKK campaign. Why Zoe ain't...
Oh, the Stinky. Oh, I missed it. Gosh, okay, it's fine.
In the event right after.
Okay, I have to call it. All right, chat. I'm calling I didn't even kill it. Okay, I was going to safely usher it outside once I grabbed it in my hands forcefully. Anyway, all right. I have to go. I'm tired. I have to use the bathroom. I need to get food. Yeah. If that's all, chat. The video's good though. We'll finish it tomorrow. Wait, why is okay?
Some viewers might.
I get that there are things wrong with Streamers University. Why is everybody calling it a scam? I don't think it's a scam. Obviously it was a content experience. It wasn't an actual school. So like I'm confused. I'm confusion. Anyway, I gotta go. Okay. Bye YouTube chat.